If we could also have just a moment of silence for yesterday's tragedy in Boulder, I would appreciate it. Okay. All right, gentlemen, first thing we have on our agenda is the minutes. Have you all had the opportunity to read?
Yes.
You betcha.
Well, then I would entertain a position.
I move that we accept the minutes from last week's commissioners' meeting.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of the Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, March 16th, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then we have planning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is a continuation of the meeting, so do we need to call roll again, Kim, or can we
Yes.
just proceed? Okay, so then let's go ahead and,
Commissioner Candelaria,
here.
Commissioner Lindsay,
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson,
Here.
Administrator Powers.
Here.
Attorney Baxter.
Here.
And Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a continuation of a public hearing for review and determination regarding a proposed 3-lot minor subdivision and AR 10-34 rezoning application submitted by Ted Clark, Agent Manus and Associates, on property located at 26059 Road 38.5, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 32.6 acres, more or less, located north of Highway 145, east of Road 38, situated in Section 36, Township 39 North, Range 14 West, NPM. The hearing will be held Tuesday, March 23rd, 2020 at 9 a.m. Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com, public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 18th day of March, 2021, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado.
Thank you, Kim. Okay, Don?
So, Mr. Clark and Agent Ernie Manus would like to request a continuance to a date to be determined. On March 8th, Mr. Clark did leave a message for CDOT. They called him back on the 9th, the same day we had his first public hearing, and he has completed a access permit application. So the CDOT crews are supposed to go out to the intersection of 145 and 38.3 or 7 or whatever road that is. But they have not reported back yet. Ernie did go up there. It looks like if all the oak brush and growth between the fence line and the road, in other words, CDOT's right-of-way is removed, that line of sight will be improved greatly and should not be an issue. But until the road crews get back to the Durango office, that's still up in the air, and there's no further progress yet. So if we can continue this to a later date, find out when CDOT's crews, I mean, obviously in the springtime, snow and rock fall, they're pretty busy on that road, so this is not a priority. But once there is a report back, then we'll schedule the next public hearing.
Okay.
So if we can,
Yeah, I was going to
just
ask for an estimate, though, for how much time you think we need, because either we're going to pick a date certain and schedule it right now, or we're going to republish it and start all over again.
I would hope within, I would say 3 weeks.
So maybe we schedule this 3 to 4 weeks out.
I would hope they could get to it by then.
So why don't we say like the first week in May, because we're basically done with March, that gives you 4 weeks.
That's fair enough. That should be adequate time.
I don't know what. May
And
looks
we'll,
like.
we'll help babysit them and push it along. I don't think, Mr. Clark could follow it up with CDOT in the last 2 weeks until,
So-
Ernie emailed him on Friday.
May 4th? That's the first time that we meet in May. Is that good?
May 4th.
You guys good with that?
Yeah.
That works.
Okay, then we'll just have this continuation on May 4th. John, we don't need to motion that at all, do we?
Do a motion to continue it to May 4th, yes.
I move that we continue the proposed 3-lot subdivision and AR 1034 rezoning application by Ted Clark and Manus and Associates to May the 4th.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to have a continuance of the proposed 3-lot minor subdivision application submitted by Ted Clark and Agent Manus and Associates. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, May 4th, 9 o'clock.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Then we have one other item that,
Yeah, we'll terminate this,
Oh.
close this public hearing.
perfect. The other item we'd like to bring up, and I did bring it up with Planning and Zoning Commission at our March meeting, is there's 2 RV parks in the county that have been here for decades. The Dolores River RV Park and the Stoner RV Park. So once the land use code was adopted, apparently everybody in the county was mailed a letter, supposed to pick their zoning, their landowner initiated zoning. Subsequent to that, Doug has told me that in 2012, they sent letters to, specifically for commercial use properties, if they hadn't responded before. Well, I don't know what happened, but obviously neither of these 2 RV parks responded with anything. So the Dolores River RV Park is zoned AGZ, which is agricultural. The Stoner RV Park is ARES because it's part of the subdivision that's up there. So planning would like to find out from you if we could just grant those guys their commercial zoning and high impact permits that they should have had back when the land use code was adopted. And if so, because I don't see any reason to put them through the whole process unless you want them to pay for the permits. But as far as I'm concerned, it's just something that should have been taken care of when they had 2 opportunities in the past 20 years and nobody followed up on it and took care of it, probably didn't even contact the owners and have a discussion with them. But if you are up to granting that, we can do whatever paperwork you want to see, need to see, applications, a signature, or if you want them to go through the process, then I'll have to contact them and let them know they're non-compliant.
All right, so you're not in contact with them right now?
No, I have talked to the owners at the Stoner RV Park.
I mean, I presume that they want to be commercial, right?
Well, the Stoner definitely, yeah, they
Right.
want to make sure everything's right and up to speed. They've gone through and they consolidated 47 RV spots down to 36, redid all the wiring, electricity through there, upgraded the septic, and so they're wanting to get everything up to speed. The
So-
Dolores River RV Park, they had 3 cabins that were just like a 1-room double bed place. They were like 8 by 12 or something. They were replacing those with some 12 by 16s, I think, with a loft so that families with kids could actually have room and spend the night in there. And at the time, which was just last fall, that's when I first noticed this one, but we didn't force them to go through the whole process, nothing to amend. It should have been taken care of. I think we ought to take care of it now.
I mean, it predates the land use code by a lot. It just got overlooked when.
Right. It should have been taken care of already. And I agree with planning's recommendation. Ordinarily, we would have to do notice when we're changing the zoning. And perhaps this is just a correction rather than that it's actually changing.
It's already there, so.
Right.
Have you had any contact with Dolores River RV?
I have not talked to her.
I mean, it certainly makes sense to get this thing fixed and changed.
Yeah.
It's just, are we gonna get any pushback from any neighbors? And it sounds to me like it would be unreasonable for a neighbor to complain about the change in zoning if we're just correcting it. But,
Yeah, these have both been here for a long time.
About 50 years.
Yeah, specifically Stoner, that's been there for as long as I've been alive.
Maybe even the 60s, if not, for sure the 70s.
Stoner was
I
there
think we
when I
need to
was a
look
kid,
into
so it's
it
been there a long
bit-
time.
A
I
little
mean-
bit farther legally before we make that determination. We can put it on our unfinished business for next week, Shaq. That'll give time for John to look at it to make sure there's no legal issues that we're
Right.
gonna.
And if we have to notice it, and then we just, waive the procedure, but
Yeah.
that it's noticed.
I mean,
Have you-
and I can talk to you about this separately. I mean, I'm thinking maybe we ask them to pay for the notice and we notice it, but again, it's a correction, not necessarily a change, but it's gonna change on our maps.
Have you done one of these before?
No.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'd rather wait, take some time, make sure that legally we're squared away, and then we can
Right.
put it under unfinished business for next week.
Right.
I'd rather hurry up and fix it later.
Okay.
Is all you have to do is put it under unfinished business for next week.
No, that's why we just wanted to bring it up. P&Z actually voted on it. They were unanimous and recommended it for approval. They felt the same way. It's just a matter of legally what we have to do.
Would that not fall under historic zone then?
Well, if you're
Grandfathered in.
it wasn't zoned historic though. I don't know what happened.
I thought that was the whole purpose of the historic zone.
Well, typically, if you didn't respond, then you did get zoned historic.
So.
And then if you wanted to do
If they didn't
something, you had
respond,
to
they were
change from
zoned
it.
Unzoned.
I don't know. That's 20 years I didn't deal with it.
We'll let the attorney deal with it, and
They
then we'll
were-
move forward
They were
next week.
typically, there was a category called unzoned. And somebody has designated ag for this one, and I don't know why.
Yeah, that was a.
I guess because it goes across the river into the trees.
I don't know.
I don't know what ag you're doing there unless
Yeah,
you're
this is not
logging.
ag.
Must be growing tents or something. I don't know.
But, yeah,
Okay.
there's no reason to put them through the process,
No.
as far as we're concerned.
All right.
I guess
Anything else?
one other update, on the property on Road 21, south of G Road.
Okay.
We sent our letter, I think I told you that last Monday, or Tuesday, anyway. Tuesday, Mr. Belden did show up, and he actually had gone down to the property. He hadn't been down there in about 6 months, and he counted 15 RVs and mobiles on there. There's only 2 people living there. He's got his old mobile there with a full septic system, and then the other one is tied into a septic tank that gets pumped out and hauled up to the RV dump station. But he told the guy that is supposedly gonna be buying the property to get it all moved and off of there. And the guy agreed he would start getting stuff hauled off and sold and cleaned up.
We gave time limits on the other one. Did we want to do a time limit on this one also?
I just told him he needed to contact me within 10 days, and he came in and he said he will let me know by the first of the summer what the progress is, but
Okay.
he's told the guy he's not gonna go for that, to get it all off of there and moved out, and pull all the skirting off of all the RVs. And apparently there's more junk over the hill you can't see from the road, and he wants that addressed too, so.
Good. Okay.
He's being proactive, and he said he will sit on top of the guy and make sure it's handled, so. Another good response.
All right, very good. Very good.
That's all we got.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Engelhardt, you are up next. Good morning.
Morning.
So we put out the project for the paving this year, which included Road B from Battle Rock, or from Road J where we stopped last year, right close to that anyway, down to the Battle Rock School. And then we included Road 29 from Road M north up to the top of the hill above Road P there. So it came out to 8.6 miles is what we have in our plans this year. So we put it out to bid to Four Corners Materials and Gina contractors for bidding, for the paving. We both came back within 2% on the tonnage, so we know that that's pretty accurate for root line plus what we give them that's extra that we leveling. And Four Corners bid came in at $941,989, and Gina came in at $1,163,944. So with that, we went ahead and decided that Four Corners was probably, I'm sorry. I thought that was on, sorry. I thought that was quiet. We decided that Four Corners probably would be the one we would use. They've paid for us numerous times, and so has Elam. They're both excellent contractors, do excellent work, but the price was in our budget to do that. So I'm bringing it to you this morning for your approval to go ahead and release it to Four Corners Material.
Make a motion, we go ahead and award the bid to Four Corners Materials for the 2 paving projects.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded for the approval of the asphalt overlay bid for 2021 to Four Corners Materials in the amount of $941,989.90. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And that does give us a little bit of wiggle room with what we had in our estimate to, if it goes over a little bit, we're still good with my budget. So if it goes under, it's even better, of course, but if it goes over, we're still going to be within budget, so. Okay, good. Now, we got on auction the other day. We just happened to pull it up, and I've kind of mentioned before in the past discussions on the fly a little bit about adding a few more snow plows to our fleet and removing some of the older generation snow plows. So we've got 2 snow plows in mind that we were looking at, one in Mancos and one in the Cortez district that a 4-wheel drive would sure make life a lot easier and do a little bit better sanding job and more efficient. So we just happened to jump on roller auctions, which we do watch. It's kind of it's actually a good place to go on and get some municipality type equipment and take a look at what they've got. So they had these 2 snow plows there, and they started out at a pretty good price, and so we called and got some information on them, and they're both 1998 models with low mileage, 66,000 roughly, 4-wheel drive units with sanders on the back. So we went ahead and decided to bid on those and see if we could get them, and for the first time in a long time, we actually did pretty well on them. We got both plows for $14,250 plus their fees to do all this, so it come out to about $31,000, $32,000 for the 2 snow plows, which typically we pay roughly 50,000 for one of them. So, of course, you know, we don't know what we'll do to fix them when they get here, but we'll cross that bridge when it gets here. But I think we did pretty well on those. So there's 2 of those, and then we bid on a roller. I think, Shaq, there's one more picture there. Yeah, this is a little 48-inch Ingersoll Rand double drum roller. We use these rollers, which we don't own one, to pave with on our patching the roads in the summertime, pave patching. Generally, we rent one from one of the rental agencies, or we'll even borrow one from the landfill, or not the landfill, but the fairgrounds from time to time. But being they do what they do out there with theirs, we got nervous about that. If they mess up one of their events because we broke their roller, it don't help them either. So we kind of lean away from that now. So we picked that up for $10,000, which was pretty fair price for a piece of equipment used. The hours on that was 600 or 867 hours. So it looks kind of rough on the paint, but that's pretty low hours. So we're in pretty good shape on that, I think, if there's nothing major wrong with it. But anyway, we went ahead and bid on it and got it too. We started out about $1,500 and ended up going to $10,000. So we picked that up, and the trucks left yesterday to go pick all this stuff up. It should be back in today before the storm hits. So just wanted to update you on that little event, and we'll go with our capital outlay on that stuff there. So
And these are just replacing, you'll be able to get some of the 1980s model stuff out of here?
Yes, there's the 2 plows that we want to remove from service will be those little single axle dump trucks with a sander in the back. So we will take those. One of them has a 12-foot blade on it though, so we'll probably strip the blade off and put it on one of these 11-foot blades and replace it with a 12, because they do work better. But anyway, yeah, 2 will come out of service. May not happen this spring, but it'll be by next spring. We'll take 2 from somewhere in the system and get those out of service and sell them at auction. So these will replace those 2. So it makes it better, especially over in the mountain country over in Mancos. It's a quicker response time. And the problem in Mancos is we can plow the roads down below and with chains on, but then we got to take the chains off to go up State Highway to get up, say, Echo Basin. Put the chains all back on, then go up there and then come back down off. And you may do that 5 times a day, keeping that road open. So our response time is way better with the 4-wheel drive over in that district. So that was one of the big reasons in Mancos. And then the other one, Cortez, the plows wore out. We need to replace the truck. So we think we've done well with this. So probably should give me approval to buy all this.
Gentlemen?
So moved. How's that? I move we go ahead and accept the bids from Roller Auctions and the purchases for the road department.
I'll second it.
Can you scroll back down to that, Shaq, so I have an amount to...
42,429.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept the purchase of 2 snow plows and 1 vibratory roller, 2 roller auctions in the amount of $42,429.90. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And this should complete our quest to get better snowplows. We're in pretty good shape now. I don't see any need in the near future to be hunting for snowplows at this point. So unless something really goes bad with our big ones, we've got the district out at Roundup set up with the big trucks, and then the smaller ones in these lighter snow areas, and I think we're in pretty good shape now. So it's
Good.
been a process of several years, but we've made some major improvements here on our equipment there. So
Just go out and find some snow.
yes, sir. That's this weekend. Maybe we get to go play with them this weekend. So with that, I'm done. If you need anything else, any questions?
Good luck.
Have none?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll also, like I said earlier, one of us will jump off and jump on that Zoom meeting with you while you're down there at the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, so.
Okay. No, it's, we're doing pretty well, and just to kind of update you, we do have Alpine consultants on board now to do the archaeological site visit, and they should hopefully, if everything goes right, be there later this week to take care of that for us. And that'll make everybody very comfortable in, and we should be, if the Ute Mountain Utes are willing to work with us on this, and I'm sure they are, they seem to be, we should be ready to go next week if all goes well. So kind of good news today.
Be interesting to watch.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll be there at 11:30, so.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
Very good, thank you. Okay, next we have public comment. The Board of County Commissioners welcomes you to this meeting. Persons speaking during the public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, or depending on the number of people wishing to speak, It may be reduced to allow all members of the public the opportunity to address the board. When addressing the board, please state your name, address, and for the record, prior to providing your comments. Comments to individual supervisors or staff are not permitted, and participants may not yield their time to others. And with that, we will open up public comment. I see one on Zoom, and we're going to go to the Zoom first, and then we'll go back out to the audience.
Hi Commissioners, this is Queenie Bars with the VFW Auxiliary, and I just wanted to give you guys a little update on our St. Patrick's and to thank you for allowing us to use the county annex and the senior center and the kitchen. It was a great event. We had a marvelous turnout. We did over 70 takeout dinners and 60 sit-down dinners. With all the expenses and everything, we're going to clear a little over $1,000, and that money will stay locally to help our vets. And so as the Secretary Treasurer of the Montezuma County VFW Auxiliary, we want to just say thank you, thank you, thank you, and also thank you for those of you that came and joined us.
Thank you, Ms. Bars. I appreciate it. I was there, and it was a great dinner, and I do appreciate your efforts, and that will serve a lot of the veterans in our community. So thank you.
You bet. Thank you again.
I was there also. Enjoyed it.
Sorry I missed it, Queenie. I was taking care of another veterans matter. Thank you.
I'm sure you were. I knew, or you might have been busy at work, but again, thank you for letting us use that facility. It was great. John and the staff there were very accommodating and helped us in many, many ways. And we really liked the facilities. Worked out really good over at the senior center. It was more homey. The ladies decorated it very nicely, and had lots of help from the auxiliary, and the community really supported us, and that's great.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go to the audience next. Public comment.
Good morning. My name is Sherry Simmons. I live at 20530 County Road 20 in Lewis. I'd like to open up my comment with prayer and ask that you would join me, if you will. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to come together. We thank you that we're able to speak your name in public. We ask that you would be with us all here this morning, and then to bless our leaders with wisdom and discernment as they make the decisions for this community, that they are centered around your will. We thank you, Father, for your mercies, and we ask you for forgiveness that we have let you be taken away and out of so many places in our nation. We ask that you would help us and lead us, that we would put you first and put you back where you belong in this nation. We thank you for our Lord Jesus. In his name we pray, thy will be done. Amen. I believe that I understand the Montezuma County Sanctuary is a sanctuary county, but other municipalities and leaders have not adopted similar resolutions. So I was thinking about this. I would like to request the commissioners to consider a meeting inviting all of these leaders and all these people that make those decisions. That would be in front of the people with a discussion, question and answer kind of forum. I think you probably need a really very large place for that. Just so that we can get an idea. I think we have an obligation as community members to know where our leaders stand with our constitutional rights. And I don't think we would know that unless we had a meeting and we could discuss our feelings and see how their feelings are and their beliefs for the Constitution of the United States and our Bill of Rights. And hopefully aiming towards being a constitutional county for the Constitution and the Bill of Rights all the way across the board. I don't know if that's possible, but I'd like for you to consider that and let the community understand where our leaders where their beliefs and their duties lie within us. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. May I give you some information that pertains to an email that I sent yesterday? Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry.
Next. Okay, seeing nothing, no other comment, we're going to move right into Community Connections presentation with Ellen Stein. Good morning. That's fine.
Wherever you'd like.
You can use them both or one at each place, doesn't matter.
Both going to address you
Okay.
today. Good morning.
Good morning, Ellen.
Carrie, you can sit. You can sit. My name is Ellen Stein. I'm VP of Marketing and Development with Community Connections, and congratulations on your new positions as commissioners. And it was Shaq's idea to have us come address you on a more regular basis than once a year when we're coming to ask for your support. So this is our first update with what's been going on with our work in the region. And today with me is Carrie Buchanan, who's one of our clients. She's a resident of Cortez, has been in our services for over 25 years. And after I give you a little bit of an overview of what we do in the region as well as in Montezuma County, I'm going to let Carrie tell you about her experience working with us, and then we're going to watch a short video of another aspect of our program and have you ask questions if you have any. So we've been in operation since 1985, and we serve 5 counties. Our administrative headquarters are based in Durango. We also have an office here in Cortez and actively employ 37 residents of Montezuma County and bring in about $2 million in payroll annually. We are a Medicaid provider and support people with intellectual, developmental, and other disabilities throughout 5 counties in southwest Colorado. Kids and adults, starting from age 0 to 3, in our early intervention program. Those kids have been identified from school, teachers, doctors, other referral sources that they could benefit from some kind of therapy. For speech therapy, for example, or physical therapy to help them catch up. They're usually identified to have a developmental delay of 25% or greater. This year, the legislature increased that number to 33%, so new clients have to present with a 33% delay. The beauty of our program, early intervention program, which is our largest enrollment, is that 100% of kids who get the support they need early on at that age don't need help later in life. So we find that as a really great success story. Back to being a Medicaid provider, these are families that wouldn't otherwise be able to afford this support, and 90% of our funding does come from Medicaid. The portion that we have received from you all and 9 other local governments in our region is critical to helping us provide supports that are most responsive to the kids and adults in our service area. We are billing for services that certainly with COVID, and I'm going to talk about with COVID where we've all been for the last year when our day program shut down mid-March, just about a year ago. I said we have an administrative office in Durango and an administrative office in Cortez. We also operate a day program in Durango and Cortez, and that's where clients like Carrie and others have spent part of their day to be introduced to different types of classes and orientation, job coaching, mentoring. Carrie lives quite independently and has for all this time. She went to Cortez High and graduated in 1994 and has been in our services receiving a variety of support she'll tell us about here in a minute. Since that time, she's one of 97 clients, kids and adults of full lifespan and families that we support in Montezuma County. And really just wanted to let you know also that we're so grateful for your support. Financially, it's critical to us filling some gaps that the reimbursement rates don't meet. They're always much lower than the cost of delivering services, and certainly with COVID have been much more one-on-one, which is more costly than in serving in a group setting. Our mission is to create opportunities for people with intellectual, developmental, and other disabilities. I'm adding because last July we picked up the single entry point program for Archuleta and La Plata counties that also serves people in long-term care circumstances with traumatic brain injury, seniors, elderly, blind, people with disabilities. That we don't manage that program for Montezuma County. That's just giving an overview that that's a new program for us, with which we assumed operations of from the health department, San Juan County, or San Juan Basin Public Health, last July. So these services are bolstered by your support and the other local governments that do support us. Mostly making up and being as responsive as possible to the funding that Medicaid doesn't cover, for serving most specifically our inclusion mission, which is a goal that we have to help people like Carrie and the other 96 residents in Montezuma County, a little over 300 region-wide, and now close to 750 with the single entry point program, be full participants in community life like other residents without disabilities. So I wanted to let you know that a year ago, or actually this is dated in August, this letter that I wrote seeking your support, we were really worried about what COVID would do to our funding, because when our day program shut down, our billing for services also came to a screeching halt, and we were anticipating some hundreds of thousands of dollars in deficits that, fortunately, we're happy to say with our fiscal year ending this June 30, we're projecting a surplus, and the reason for that is your support, other federal COVID funding, PPP loans, and actually county CARES Act funding that we also were able to secure. So we've kept our clients healthy and safe at home. We've developed virtual programs for them to stay as engaged as possible. Some of those, they're a different kind of learning and not great for many of our clients who have some issues including within their families accessing technology, not adequate broadband. The isolation has been really, really hard. But we did continue essential services by our staff, our direct support professionals, going to clients' homes for medication management and personal care and homemaker services. We're planning to reopen our day program on April 19th. We're really excited about that, so our staff are busy preparing for that. And the virtual classes Carrie can talk about, we have really low rates of positive cases in our adult population and no serious illness in Montezuma or Dolores counties as a result of the precautions we've taken. It's just resulted in increased isolation and loneliness. As you can imagine, it's been hard for all of us. Early intervention moved to telehealth at the guidance of the State Department of Human Services, and that's been hard for some families, as I mentioned, who have a hard time with technology and connectivity, and it's not as effective as in-person services. We processed several emergency residential placements due to COVID, and we have a vaccination clinic for clients and caregivers scheduled for March 31st with the health department. And I think that's it. So I just want to let Carrie, you can stay there and we'll just turn on the microphone.
Okay. So my name is Kiri, and I'm a resident of Cortez who's been, it's not working.
You're good. They can
Oh, am I? Through CCI in Cortez, and I've been there for, I'll let you.
Just make sure. Yeah, you're
Okay. So I'm a resident of Montezuma County, but I've been with CCI, like Ellen said, for how many years?
27.
27 years, and it's been an awesome organization.
What kind of support do you get, Carrie?
Well, I get transportation support because I don't drive at all.
And what does that allow you to do?
Well, that allows me to get individual care with the one-on-one staff that I have currently.
And do you get to participate in community activities?
Yeah, I do. I get to participate on the online classes like you were talking about, like the Zoom.
Do you go to the rec center, or you did before COVID?
Yeah,
What
I
else?
still go there with my mom, but they only have the lap lanes open are the only ones that are currently open.
So you like to swim?
I do.
And tell the commissioners about your job. That was
I'm a bed
pre-COVID.
maker at Best Western. I'm laid off, unemployed by the COVID right now, but I was a bed maker at Best Western there in Cortez, of course.
And do you want to talk a little bit about your disability and what that's been like
Not
living? No? Okay.
No, thank you.
Okay, good. Anything else that you'd like
No,
to
that's
add?
it.
What your life would have been like without community
Well, my
connections
parents are
support?
grateful for CCI because they live in Mokemo Canyon and I don't get the proper internet access because I have it turned off because of personal reasons. So I go with a staff member that takes me there to the library.
Okay, great. And what about living? You live on your own?
I've been living on my own for a long time, but I've enjoy it. I've had other roommates that lived with me, but didn't work out at all.
Okay. Do y'all have any questions for Carrie?
No.
Okay, well then, let's, Shaq, if you wouldn't mind hitting play on this, it's just a couple-minute video that'll introduce you to a few other clients, and then one of our board members, Cynthia Sadler, who couldn't be here today, who's from Cortez, and her daughter, Kaki, who is in our services.
Kathy Sykes. I've been with Community Connections for 4 to 5 years. I'm a lifeguard. I didn't think I could be a lifeguard because of my disabilities. Community Connections gave me the support to become a lifeguard that I never thought I could be.
Community Connections is a real blessing for our family because it keeps our daughter integrated into her social activities and allows her to be part of the community in a way that she wouldn't be without this program.
Our clients are able to go out and become part of the community, work in the community. We provide job coaching if necessary, if they need help.
She goes to the Cortez Rec Center for exercise so that she has her friends around her. They also partner her with local businesses for volunteer opportunities. She goes to the Cortez Library. She goes to the animal shelter to help. She works also at Medicine Horse Equine Therapy.
People that we serve that have the developmental disabilities have the same needs and desires we do, and they fit in the community like we do.
She immediately just accepts whoever she's with on their own terms and at face value. And we need a lot more of that in our world.
My next goal is to be a swim teacher, private swim teacher, and get my water safety instructor license.
Our vision for the future at Community Connections is that people with intellectual disabilities will have the exact same opportunities to live, love, learn, work, and play as all other community members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
I don't. I think it's great that you come to talk to us, and
Yeah, thank you.
And you've had longevity there for 27 years. That's great. It's good
Well,
to
it's an
know.
awesome organization to be with in general, even with the COVID like Ellen's talking about.
Yeah.
Doing our best to adapt to support the people that need it most.
You fill a great hole. I mean, it's quite a void to fill, and I congratulate you on doing it.
Well, thanks. And thanks for reminding me to tell you that we are the only agency in the Four Corners, one of 20, or sorry, in Southwest Colorado, one of 20 what's called a community-centered board that provides comprehensive services. So we do eligibility and enrollment. We receive phone calls from people asking about their eligibility, and we field their calls and give them the support they need, help them enroll if they qualify. We do case management. We have, families that are working to support their children with disabilities of all ages, and then we do direct support like Curie receives.
Great. And hopefully you can get back to work soon. I'm sure
Well,
you
I hope
miss
so
it.
too, because I'm still getting benefits from the stimulus is what Biden just signed.
And I'm sure that you miss it. So I do appreciate your time, ladies.
Thank you.
I
Thanks for
greatly
having us. Thanks for the suggestion, Chuck. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, next we're going to go right into our public services, and with that we have Miss Montoya and Miss Higgins. Those that giveth and those that taketh away. No, that's your department.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. You want to go ahead and take care of this first? One of you guys want to accept the proceeding?
I move we accept the minutes of January 26th and approve as written for the Board of Social Services.
I'll second it.
So it's been moved and seconded to accept the record of proceedings for Montezuma County Board of Social Services, Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then you want to do the financials on the next page, guys?
I would move that we pay the financials for the Montezuma County Department of Social Services in the amount of $1,678,360.94.
Second.
So it has also been moved and seconded to accept the financials for the month of February 2021 in the amount of $1,678,360.94. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Now that we've taken care of all that, we'll let you.
Thank you. As you
ahead.
can see, our EBT total increased for the month of 2021 compared to last month. And that was mainly due to the Low Income Energy Assistance Program, which is the LEAP program. So that's why you see the amount that has grown there. It should decrease by next month. You'll see a decrease in LEAP amounts. I just want to kind of note on the Community Connections report that came from Ellen is that they're a great program for our community. I just want to say that I know that we've had a lot of referrals that go to them with our disabled adults from Adult Protection. And I noticed that she didn't talk about the foster homes that are provided for adults who are challenged. And there are foster homes in our community who take care of adults who are disabled, and that's a great program that they offer as well. So I was kind of wishing that she would have stayed, but I just want to say kudos to Community Connections because they have helped a lot of our clients that we serve. The Ag Expo is going to be this week, as you all know, and we're going to have a booth there, and we're going to provide information on Colorado Child Care Assistance Program, also on SNAP, and also Medicaid. Currently in our county, we have about 22 children in kin placements. We also have 2 in RTC placements, which is basically residential treatment centers, and they're at the high level. And we have 8 children in foster care. So we have quite a few kids in out-of-home placement. I just wanted to bring that to your attention because maybe you don't know that. And we have a foster care recruiter coordinator now on board, and she is actively trying to recruit foster parents in our community, and she'll be at that booth as well.
Is that higher or lower? Is that 8 that we have right now, is that typical, or is that higher or lower for foster care?
I think it's typical.
That's
Yeah, it is pretty typical. But I think the number of foster parents basically are dwindling, and we probably need more in our community, and that's why we are really looking at getting our foster care coordinator and recruiter on board and getting her trained and getting her out there to recruit more foster parents for our community. Because I think that's what we need, because not a lot of times what happens is we don't have a foster parent available at the time of need, so we have to place that child out of county. And that's unfortunate for the parents as well, because they're not close to their kids. So that's all I have for today, unless you have something to ask me.
No, ma'am.
Okay, have a good day.
You too.
See you later.
All right, thank you, guys. Gals. Have a great day. Next up, Mr. Torres, Veterans Services.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Let's see, the first slide for our monthly report. You'll see the monthly report that gets submitted to our state office in Denver. That was signed on the 1st and the 2nd of this month and was promptly submitted to our state office so we can continue to receive our reimbursements. I don't know how well you can see that. The key number there is overall for the month we assisted or served a total of 436 clients. We're always excited about that. Our next slide is our financial report. You can see there, and if you have any questions, salaries, fringe benefits, our operating expense, public outreach, dues, training, and travel, vehicle and telephone. Total expenditures for the month of February was a little over $11,000. Wait to see if you have any questions. Okay, next slide. As you know, I always like to compare the previous year, and you'll see that in February of 2020, pre-COVID, we were seeing in the office 197 clients. When you look at last month, 1 year later, we saw in-person 96 clients, a decrease of 101 in-person visits. And like I stated earlier, when you include all the contacts that we've had through phone, emails, in-person visits, it was a total of 436 people assisted within our office last month. We did no house call or nursing home visits, 2 public events. We filed 19 claims in the month of February. We were notified by the VA that 16 older claims were granted, or decided rather, not granted. 16 claims were decided. Of those 16, 15 were favorable towards our clients' claims. None were unfavorable, and 1 stayed the same, was confirmed. No change in their status. Okay, next slide. Of those decisions last month, the clients receive a total of little over $20,000 a month. In the next 12 months, those clients will receive a little over $250,000. And the clients that won claims last month combined, they received a little over $92,000. Year to date, next slide. Year to date, we've had 32 favorable decisions from the VA. Those 32 decisions from January through February are netting our clients a little over $35,000 a month. In a year, those 32 clients should receive a little over $420,000. And in back pay, they received a little over $150,000, and that's with just 2 months in and 32 clients being granted claims. I'd like to go over the I think it was $1.9 trillion stimulus bill. So I got to take a look at the VA's news release on what the VA's portion of that 1.9 trillion is going to be. And so, Shaq, I have the news release. I think it's up here somewhere, but I'm going to touch on a few of them because 1.9 trillion, the VA is going to be getting $17 billion out of that. And a couple of things that caught my eye, I put them in the little green dots. So this is also on our Facebook page if you want to get into the weeds of what the VA is going to receive out of that 1.9 trillion. Their portion is $17 billion. There's going to be $1 billion for debt forgiveness for medical copays and cost shares. So a little bit of background. What happened last year is once the COVID hit, veterans, some of them do have to pay copays for in-person visits or prescriptions. But what the VA did was they halted that temporarily. They didn't forgive it. So those charges would keep racking up. And I think it was last month or two, veterans started getting bills in the hundreds, some of them in the thousands of dollars because they weren't paying the copays. And I wondered, why would you do that and put it off? Because I knew this was going to happen. But luckily, they're going to go ahead and forgive the debt for any medical copays from April of 2020 through September of 2021. So those medical bills or copays will be forgiven. I didn't put a green dot on the next one, but I'll go ahead and mention it here. The VA is going to receive $750 million for both construction and upgrades in the veteran state nursing homes within Colorado. And we do have vets from our area, a couple that are in those facilities. Next one I'll touch on is the VA is going to receive $386 million to provide up to 12 months of training and employment for some of the veterans that need it. Next bullet, $262 million to reduce the backlog in compensation and pension claims. Basically all the claims that VSOs are filing or veterans are filing on their own throughout the United States. As you can imagine, there's a backlog. Many veterans that maybe did not file claims before, all of a sudden they don't have a job, so they would turn to the VA and say, well, maybe I should file a claim, and so they have a big backlog. So it's good to see money go in to reduce that backlog. Next bullet is $10 million to decrease the Board of Veteran Appeals hearing requests. As you know, the Board of Veteran Appeals is the last resort for a veteran who's denied by the VA, and then we have to argue cases in front of that board. So the board is getting additional funds. Two more bullets here. Veterans experience unemployment and other financial hardships will also receive potential unemployment benefit extensions, SNAP, and TANF. And the last one I pointed out, veterans with children could also see benefits in additional stimulus payments, as well as increased child tax credits, expanded child care tax credits. And we do have, veterans that are either single parents or, couples with children. They're going to get some relief. With that said, I just wanted to touch a little bit about what the VA is going to get from that $1.9 trillion. So they are impacted by it, and I welcome that. Any questions?
Maybe one good thing that come out of that.
Yeah.
Stimulus package.
So that's okay. We paid for it for many, 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 many years. With that said, commissioners, if there's no other questions,
Once again, thank you.
appreciate it. All right. Have a great rest of your week.
Thank you, Rick.
All right.
Appreciate it. Jennifer with MoCo. Transportation.
Good morning.
Good morning. I did send you an email yesterday of the DocuSign that I signed
Yes.
for you, so.
Yes, and I was going to say thank you for doing that.
It
Yep.
didn't expire, I caught it. The DocuSign is signed, so you have your funding.
Good, thank you. Yep, that's my admin and operating costs, so. And I want to update you guys, it was not the grant for the studies, for the feasibility studies that we didn't get, it was the grant for our vehicle. So they didn't have enough money to do all the requests they had, and they picked and chose, and they only did probably. Yeah, I'm a little upset about that one. I almost quit. No, I'm just kidding. I almost left. But I want to wrap the ones we have, even though we're not going to get that one. I think the wrap is still a good idea on those. I want to do the 3 newest ones. They run about, I think, $1,000 a piece. So I'm going to try to do that this year. And then we may look at trying to get a vehicle through Shane, because we have one that's in the shop all the time. And we're just putting too much money into it, so.
How is that new transportation bill as far as, some of those funds are going to roll into CDOT?
I haven't heard anything about what they're going to do with it. Is that the CRISA? Is that what you're talking about?
No, this is that.
$1.9 trillion.
It's different than that. No.
Oh, okay.
They're
That's
using
the
part of
$700
that,
billion?
but
Yeah.
they're increasing fees and combining it with some of the stimulus money to upgrade infrastructure and
Yeah.
transportation in the state of
Which I
Colorado.
had sent that to you guys also.
Yeah.
You sent it last night. Yeah.
So
I
we
haven't
don't
heard
know
anything
yet.
about that
Okay.
yet from CDOT.
We'll be watching it.
Okay. I know there's some CRISA funds that are coming down that we're supposed to get some of as well, so I'm not sure how that's going to work either, but at least we get our operating money, so we can still go, but that's about it as far as that goes. And then we want to talk about today, I printed this one, I didn't print that one. Oh, okay. Basically about IntelliRide. I've told you guys, I don't know if the new commissioners were here when we were talking about the IntelliRide issues and the problems we've been having. So the cab has been having some issues too. This is, and I'm sorry, I just totally forgot your name.
I call him Ed.
Ed, there you go.
I'm Ed Gilbert, and I live at 16257 Road 28.2 in Dolores, and I'm one of the owners of Cortez Cab and Durango Cab.
Thank you. So he's here with me to talk about some of the issues we've gone through, and then he has an alliance that they have formed with some other transportation agencies trying to fix the problems. And we're asking today to maybe do that, but I want to let him kind of explain it because he knows more of what's going on with it. So if you want to explain what you're...
This is probably new to most of you, but a big part of transportation services that we, along with public transportation providers, offer are Medicaid transportation services. There's two types. One is called non-emergent medical transportation, which means it's for medical purposes, but it's not an emergency like for an ambulance. Another is non-medical transportation, which is handled through the health department for people who are homebound, and it's a different type of transportation for other than medical needs. I gotta give you a little history. I don't know if you're aware of this or not. There was some legislation passed, and I'm gonna guess starting back in 2016, 17-ish, that I was completely unaware of, and I pride myself in being pretty up on what's going on with the transportation industry. We are regulated through the Public Utilities Commission. We are completely compliant and authorized as a common carrier for taxis and shuttle services. We even get monthly updates from the Colorado Healthcare Policy and Financing, which is the Medicaid part of Colorado. And if our industry is mentioned in that monthly update, we pay attention to what updates are. July or June 30th of last year, we received a provider update for the month of July on our way on vacation. And my wife got it on her cell phone via email, informing us that all NEMT transportation for the entire state would be transferred to a broker called IntelliRide, effective July 1st. We were never, to this date, have never been contacted by HCPF or IntelliRide about this transition. Back in this is almost a year ago now, the PUC wasn't involved in it, and the PUC is the regulatory agency for all carriers, but not public transportation. They're exempt from it, but all transportation carriers. Historically, there was a broker agency for the Denver metro area. When we contacted our contact with the PUC, Gary Gramlich, when I say we, there was other transportation providers that started collaborating, saying, what's this about? He assured us that it was just the Front Range and it was a misunderstanding, continue as normal. That was absolutely not the case. So we initiated contact mid-July with the state through HCPF and IntelliRide. We were given, pretty much coerced to sign an operating agreement that I absolutely disagree with. It's not feasible. It's impossible, and I could see that it would absolutely fail, especially in the mountain regions of Colorado. We opted to not sign the agreement, but we were given the blessings of the person in charge of NEMT with the state to continue operating, and we would not be cut off of the state's web portal for all the services we do. We took over all the services of human services from the counties for eligibility checks, approvals, reservation taking, dispatching, actually doing the work, and billing. We do all of that. The state just awarded a contract to IntelliRide for $16.5 million to do what we've been doing for the past 5 years. In October and November of last year, I was contacted by the owner of Sunshine Rides in Grand Junction and the owner of Valley Taxi in Glenwood Springs, and asked to reach out to the owner of the transportation company in Pagosa Springs and Alamosa. And the result was we formed what's called the Colorado Mountain Transportation Alliance, and it's currently, I guess, being formed into a nonprofit chapter or category. I'm not sure exactly which one. The owner of Sunshine Rides out of Grand Junction serves also Delta and Montrose. And he is a taxi shuttle provider, but he also does a large volume of NEMT services in addition to other public transportation providers. We all have given the volumes of work to the state that we do. The state is concerned. They see there's a problem. However, some of the companies went ahead and signed the operating agreement. It has been an absolute failure for the transportation providers, for the Medicaid clients, medical providers, and I could go on and on. Their dispatching facilities are, I think they're even from out of state, possibly the Front Range. They have no idea what we deal with.
Are they trying to dispatch the whole state from up there?
Well, there's more than that.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
They're actually trying to, I mean, the dispatchers that I have dealt with so far have been in Michigan and Minnesota. And so, you know, they honestly see this on a map and go, oh, well, you know, they can make that 8-hour trip, you know, in one day and back. I mean, their dispatchers have no idea, not even what their job is half the time versus, you know, and what we do. So that's what he's talking about there.
So, their entire system is a complete failure. And there's even news articles from 2019 on Denver networks of Front Range people having the same problems. Not only that, they are dispatching Front Range companies in large volumes to our communities, taking the work away from us. That is happening today. The contract that they have with HCPF is that they are to use the local providers to their fullest extent possible before even entertaining that. Well, there's a company called MedRide out of Pueblo, Colorado. They're affiliated with the taxi company in Pueblo, Colorado. They went from 2 permits to 100 in less than 1 year. The parties that have interests in these companies are also owned by the companies that own IntelliRide, the broker, and other companies. There's a lot of corruption. We're exposing it. We have presented a document that I would leave with you if you want it from our alliance. We were represented by an attorney out of Denver. Recently, it's silence, it's crickets from the state HCPF. However, the person we've been working with is concerned and is doing his best to help. That's why we are still able to provide the services without going through Intelluride. There's a couple of others. Very recently, Intelluride has cut off any ability or communication with the companies who are contracted with them. They are telling their clients who are requesting them that they can't use them. They must use the company they're providing from the Front Range. To give you a perspective of the volume of that, that's at least 50% of the volume of our sales. We meet the demand so much better. We understand the area, we understand the clients, the providers, we are on demand. You can call us and we can come. We have so many complaints from clients of being on the phone for hours at a time to be hung up on. We have complaints that Intelluride refuses to call a provider for them because they can't find their address on a GPS system. This is mandated law to provide this service to eligible clients. There's a bill now. Should I bring the bill up? Our alliance believes that House Bill 21-1206, which to cut to the chase is to remove the Colorado PUC's regulatory authorities specifically for NEMT and non-medical transportation to HCPF to regulate transportation. To date, we have not identified why or where this started. It's speculatory, but let me tell you why we believe that Intelluride or their parties are behind this. A few years ago, the PUC implemented what's called an MCT, Medicaid Client Transport Permit. It's completely redundant of all Colorado PUC authorities. It serves no purpose other than it would give a private individual the authority to get paid through Medicaid to provide transportation for a friend or family member who is not a regulated organization. Okay, that's how it was passed. It's being exploited. Specifically, I can refer to MedRides out of Pueblo, Colorado, who now has 100 vehicles. This permit is good statewide. We are regulated by areas to provide point-to-point transportation in certain areas. If we leave those areas, we're subject to penalties. This is hurting the local providers, including public transportation, immensely. The end result will be the level of service that we've been able to provide to our communities is going to be reduced by 95%.
When did this bill get introduced? Because I'm looking at the transportation and telecommunication right now of CCI.
I don't think it's with it. It's through healthcare and insurance. And I do know that Senator Coram is a committee member on that, and I don't remember, I think there's a senator out of Alamosa, or a representative. It's being presented as a way for Medicaid, HCPF, to make sure that there's safe transportation. There is safe transportation. There are no incidents of violations or concerns of safety anywhere. So our alliance has presented stuff or information to, basically we want it killed. If not, we want it tabled so that we as stakeholders have some input in this, and we at least want to be exempt from what they're proposing, because HCPF is in complete violation of their own contracts with Intelleride. Intelleride is in so many ways in complete violation of the contract. We have all the information compiled. I don't have it here with me today. I just felt really strongly to reach out to MoCo. We did that yesterday because there's rumors flying around that the private providers are competing with the public providers. That's not the case at all. We support each other, in my opinion. We need each other. We believe that HCPF is in cohorts, or somebody somewhere is pushing this bill to give HCPF more authority over the transportation, for medical transportation, to eventually eliminate us and bring front-range companies to do the work. Well, that's wrong, number one. Number two, I promise you they can't do the work. Their mapping systems put us over Forest Service roads that will pay 25% of what the actual cost of the service is, and they refuse to get away from that, even if we can articulate why. There's so many problems. I don't know where to go, but I do have, just a second. I do have a bullet points that our attorney put together for why we oppose this bill. And I also have the report that was submitted recently from our alliance to Ryan Dwyer with HCPF, who is over NEMT, and I'm willing to leave that with you.
They've got digital copies.
I think we have it.
And we would like to invite MoCo to be a part of the alliance. We just don't know if that's possible.
So a little bit of history on, I think you were here when I started this whole thing. We didn't get any notice until about June that this was going to happen. The bill for Intelleride to take over the whole state was passed without talking to transportation providers, especially rural providers. CDOT was not involved in this. CASTA was not involved in this. No one was involved in this, and nobody realized what was going on until it was already done. I got an email saying that it was coming in June, and I thought, like him, I thought, okay, whatever, I don't even know what this is. They didn't explain it. And then come closer to July, I got an email saying that this was something that was happening and I had to comply with, or I wouldn't get any more Medicaid funding. So I went back and forth with this lady, and they said we were starting August 1st. So I had to give my my clientele list to them so that they had that on file. And in that, my clientele list was supposed to be put on a MoCo, as MoCo's provider. Well, that wasn't done. And so we started this program, and you got to jump through some major hoops to do it. It's almost ridiculous. There's things you have to do. I just got a new driver, and I can't even put him in the system until I get background checks for things we've never done background checks on, and other stuff that we just never have done. Well, they don't tell us that until it's already, you try to submit something, and they're like, well, you can't do that. Well, the problems we're seeing and have been seeing is Medicaid, and I came to you, I told you the Medicaid billing, our Medicaid stuff has dramatically reduced. Last year we did $80,000 in Medicaid, and this year we might do, gosh, I'll have to look, because I'll have to compile the numbers, because I know it's not going to be, we went from $7,000 to $10,000 a month coming in from Medicaid to $2,000. It's just been ridiculous. I've had nothing but complaints from my clients that have to use the program, because you have to call in, you have to make your appointment, but they're on the phone anywhere from, and I have seen some 10 minutes, but most of the time they're on 30, 40, 60 minutes, sometimes 2 hours, and then, like he said, they get hung up on, and then they have to start the process all over again. They have Durango, a place in Durango that they're sending over to get my clients that are going to Durango for an appointment, bring them back to Durango, and then back and forth. 200-mile, basically, round trip, which they could do in 100 if they had us do it. They're just not, and like he said, I don't know, I don't know who's in cahoots with who here, but we're not getting the rides we're supposed to. I've been trying to get Medicaid I've been trying to get my reevaluation through, or revalidation through Medicaid since, probably been working on it 2 or 3 months. And every time I do it, they come back with something else. And we finally got it all figured out, and it expired on the 8th of this month. So I thought it was done because we hadn't heard anything. So IntelliRide calls me and says, I'm going to have to put you out of service. I said, why? Because your validation ended on the 8th. She didn't talk to me until the 18th. So it's like 10 days later, she's telling me, we're putting you out of service.
Correct.
Well, and I've tried to ask about who, or can I, yeah.
So I have a question. So you're talking about a program that started in August, correct? So if we're looking at HB 21-1206, that's something that's in the tank right now.
It's separate.
So totally separate. Because if you're asking for a PI with that, who's representing you to get a PI on that?
What's a PI?
Postpone indefinitely.
Who's representing us? Well, we are represented by an attorney out of Denver, and we're wanting to put together a presentation for our representatives and senators to say why we oppose this, and that I actually have another meeting later today. I mean, it's happening right now.
Which is something totally different than what you're talking about.
It is separate.
So you're already under this caveat of, I have to do this or otherwise I'm going to be cut off, which it sounds like you've already been discontinued. Right. Correct? Right. So was it just discontinued, or did they give you a opportunity to refile and resubmit? Or?
I asked her, I told her what was going on. And I asked her, I said, can we get a grace period? Because it's pending. It's sitting there pending, nothing else I can do. And she said, we can't give you one.
Well, in the most recent provider bulletin, there was a clause in there that said, due to the COVID crisis and the backlog and everything, that any revalidations that are due by, in this period of time, they're going to waive that till October. So if your revalidation doesn't go through it, you can still provide service.
So I would definitely fight that, Jennifer, if just for that simple fact that through COVID, everything was waived for a minimum of 6 to 9 months. Right. So I would argue that point.
And I'll help you with getting those so you
to
can see
make
them.
sure that's not.
Yeah, we've lost 5 Durango rides this week.
So again, like I said, two different issues.
Sorry.
One, yours is pretty easy. Fight that.
Well,
and
Commissioner,
if that's something that you want to do, get that handled and get it done.
They are separate, but we believe that they are related. And that's why I wanted to put them together, because we believe that IntelliRide and their stakeholders are behind this House Bill 21-1206 to give HCPF more control over NEMT, basically to overregulate us and push us out. That's how we think it's connected. They are separate.
Correct, and I understand that. That's why I'm looking at the transportation and telecommunication, and 1206
It's
is
not
not
there.
even on here yet.
It's in. It's under some insurance and healthcare, I believe. It's under a different committee, which is strange.
What would you say?
I believe it's healthcare and insurance. I can't remember positively. I can do the research on it and find it for you.
Yeah, if you could do that. I'm looking at Health and Human Services. Anyway, find out the information. I'll reach out to Senator Quorum and kind of find out what his take is on this, and we'll go from there. But two different issues. One, yours is in the tank, or maybe it hasn't even dropped yet, and yours is, I think, something that you can get resolved. Just, you're going to have to be extremely diligent, and if you need my help,
That part of it maybe, but the other parts, I mean, I did a survey out of 40 of my clients, my Medicaid clients, 2 use it.
No, I understand it. It sounds like the 811 system, you call somebody in Texas, and then you get somebody to come up here and do the
I just want to kind of give you the background on what started all this, because that's what started it, is this bill that made IntelliRide the broker for everybody.
Okay.
And is there a way to get out of using IntelliRide now that you're signed up with them?
I don't know. I was gonna get with John about that because I'm trying to, I mean, they're breaching the contract as far as I can tell. So,
They are.
yeah.
So our alliance, and if you'll go through what we presented, what we want is a rule-making session, which we've been told is going to happen. They're going to rewrite the rules in the contract because there are so many breaches. And then one of our requests is also to be exempt as a mountain area from being forced to use IntelliRide, whether they're allowed to be a broker or not. We won't be forced to go through their system. We will still have the ability to continue as we have, which would be the same for MoCo. That's what we're asking.
And Ryan from HipPuff, I've talked to him, and he has given exemptions, but nobody knew they were giving exemptions until they pretty much told us this is how it has to be. So we didn't get an exemption. Now I'm trying to get an exemption. So I'm hoping that happens, but with you and the contract, I need to get with you with that and see what we can do. So, but that's, yeah.
Okay.
Well, thanks for your time,
All
guys.
right.
I will get you more information on where this bill is coming from.
It's, I looked it up. It's coming out of healthcare and health insurance, also human services, transportation, and motor vehicles.
Mhm.
Prime sponsors are Colin Larson, Max Valdez, and Senators Dominic Marino and Senator Don Coram.
Yep, that sounds correct.
So I'll reach out to Don Coram and find out what this is. And have you guys reached out to him also? He is
No,
our
we've
representative.
been advised to hold off. The attorney and our chairperson is doing more research, and we know the time of the essence, and we should hear something today.
It was
Okay.
introduced on the 4th of March.
Mhm.
Now, the other part of that is the alliance, and he had asked us to join the alliance, and I don't know if we can.
That's a question for John. I'm not sure that we
Well, they're
can
involved with
between
IntelliRide.
public
I
and
think
private.
you'd have
Right.
to review the IntelliRide contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, and who is the attorney, or can you have
Yes.
her contact me, or?
Mark Valentine, and I can, but I need your contact information to, I'll tell you what, if you get me your contact information, I'll bring it up in our Zoom meeting today, and I'll get that, pass that along. And we're actually going to reach out to all of the public transportation providers in our same service area.
Do you want to give me your email right now?
My email is San Juan Sentry, SanJuansentry @hotmail.
Okay, I'm just going to shoot you an email right now.
That's fine. Okay. That'll work.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, thank you for your time. Thanks for
All right.
listening to us.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yep. And we lost a chairman. So I got an email from John that Lori will be sitting in for him today. From John Parker, who would be next on our deal. So we have
All right,
Lori
well,
here.
Then we have senior services next.
Yep.
Yeah. So Lori? Come on down.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's been 1 year since this COVID thing that we shut our doors over at the senior center. No congregate meals. We do home delivered meals. Right now we're doing 75. Yesterday was our first day of opening our doors for congregate meals. We sent out 20 invitation. We called everybody and invited them to this meal. And we had 14 show up, and they were tickled to death. Being able to associate with one another again, and the food was great. They even got their meals served to them. And they really enjoyed that. We're opening on Mondays and Wednesdays, so tomorrow we're going to do it again. We have 21 on the list to come in tomorrow. Hopefully all of them will show up. I think once the word gets around that we're doing this, I think they'll be waiting to pick me. We are still looking for a cook for our Mancus site. We've had time getting a cook in there. We've been delivering frozen meals to all the participants there in Mancus, and we'll continue to do that until we find us a cook. Dolores, they opened their doors yesterday too. I haven't heard what the count was, but I know that there was a lot of Dolores people that was called and said they would be there for sure. And it's just the idea of these seniors having someplace to go and sit down and converse with them amongst each other, and yeah, it was nice to see. I'm glad we did it. I think that's all I've got. Got any questions?
I think we're just glad to see that we're back open and running, and I realize that it might be just a little bit low to start with, but I think, like you stated, in a couple of weeks, I think that we'll get people back up, and it's so critical for our seniors to have that connection with each other. Otherwise, that loneliness starts to wear, and I think it's great. So I appreciate it. Thank you guys for getting back.
Of course, everybody was interested in our remod and everything, and wanted to see what went on there. And I think we're planning on having a grand opening as soon as everything opens up. Cody from the health department came over yesterday and was there and observed everything and made sure that everything was going good and that we was doing everything right. And he says it was fantastic. There was praises from him. So
great.
How's the floor in the kitchen?
It's there today.
Okay.
We're working on that.
All right, thank you.
I followed up with that again yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lori. All right. Mr. Felsen in the back, come on down. CSU Extension.
Does that mean the salad bar's coming back soon?
Eventually, I'm trying to keep the pressure on today.
I knew Jack had to say something on that. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me today. Just want to give the 2021 March extension update, and first and foremost, thank you all again for the donation of the vehicle for our food security action team here in the county. Actually, this Thursday we'll all be getting together, and it's going to be a naming party on the blue Ford Expedition. So if you have any good names you want to pass my way, I'll tell the team that this comes from the commissioners. Blue Betty, I kind of had one. It's kind of dark blue. But if you think of creative ideas. But that, just further, that was just a great donation for the work that we can do in the community through transportation of meals to people, picking up meals from farms and ranches, getting them back into food pantries and out to people in need. So we're very appreciative of that, and like I said, I'll keep you updated on the progress of that program throughout the year. Next, as the governor put a state of emergency as this morning or yesterday on the drought situation. So as much as we're hoping this next storm will give us more moisture, the reality is we're in a tough drought condition for another year and have been for 20 years now. And so with that should bring some aid and resources onto that. As you know, it was great from Vicky, the PIO, doing a drought video I was able to do for the county a couple weeks back. So that's out there. And then through our drought advocates, the ability to connect with farmers and ranchers to make drought plans. You know, this year is looking a little late, but hopefully, you know, that ability to reach out to our ag community, that could be a very another difficult year, let's just say, with drought in our area. Out at the Southwest Colorado Research Center, we've sort of started the getting all the pruning done for our orchard fruit tree project. We had a webinar last Thursday, or 2 Thursdays ago, and then we had a field day out there last Thursday to get people outside and pruning. We mostly handled a few apple, but a lot of peach trees that we needed to get done. And so drought, yeah, I think everyone knows the reports on allocations of water and all of that, and so we just hope that we get a little more moisture is just going to help things. With the spring season, obviously there's been an increase in calls, site visits, from everything from bugs, different garden projects, and landscapes. That's been keeping the office going. 4-H is going well. The traditional program, I know Andrea spoke the last time, and now working with the Fair Board, we have tag-in dates for the sheep, goat, and swine. And then our STEM AmeriCorps member has been able to provide STEM in a bag after-school kits to a number of different libraries and community centers, looking to do in person now, which is very exciting. And then with we're currently working on an AmeriCorps Vista position that'll help with our partnership with the Ute Mountain Ute tribe and their education center. So we're in the process of, they have a bunch of Fort Lewis College students that go down for tutoring each week and recruiting some of them for this position. So that's a great collaboration. Cortez Farmers Market, as we know, we're a collaborator with here in the county, and so we're excited. Our big annual vendor meeting will be held the second weekend in April, and so really looking to get more of a CSU extension presence at the farmers market and out in the community a bit more. And so that comes with signage and a tent, but having, you know, our master gardeners out there telling the community about what we do and how people can access our resources, which is exciting. And so in our end, we really have, you know, for the last month at least gone hybrid with our programming, and we'll continue to do that. And now through the CSU lens of less restrictions in that form of at least 50 people following our public health orders. So very confident that, well, let's just see, confident but feeling very optimistic about post-COVID or the change of COVID into that, and we'll see on that end. And then lastly, I didn't want to get too much into, because I know you had a lot of politics there with the last one on transportation. However, I think you probably heard in the news or might come out certain legislation on the state level, and two of them that I was on a meeting last night that Senator Quorum was there, Commissioner Greenberg, and I really liked the way, and Representative Catlin couldn't make it, but had called in and apologized or just was too busy at that time. However, I think we have two really good representatives to definitely be very aware or continuing when you do have those conversations with our elected officials on the state level, because they could probably explain those legislative bills a little bit more clear, and when they go to committee, when they get changed and on to that. So probably the two biggest in agriculture, not two biggest, but the one is a workers' rights bill that's currently going through, and but does not have the provisions that a lot of ag producers would like to support. So there's like an overtime provision in the bill that would drastically hurt farmers and ranchers. And so I know they're working through that as well too. But like I said, Catlin, and it was really great the way Quorum said it, is like, we know this in our area, that we kind of have to work together. So great supporters of Senator Quorum and Representative McLaughlin, of working together for our region and our area, and that it's really, especially from a CSU and more of a advocacy and education of rural lifestyles, and specifically livestock production. And then I would not, what did we got told yesterday? Don't panic. In the sense that there is legislation kind of in the first initial phase forming around the Pause Act, or Proposition 19. And at this stage, it's, they're still going through titling, I believe it's called, at the legislative area. That would, then it would have to go, as you know, in the state of Colorado, to a signature required to get on the ballot. So that would take over 135,000 signatures, which is probably very easy in the Denver metropolitan area. However, it wouldn't be on the ballot till fall 2022. However, just know through the CSU Extension Office, we've already have begun to think about it. I'm not going to sit here and play one opinion side and be misconstrued on my talking points, but know that we're very, aware of this, and obviously it would drastically affect CSU Extension and all the work that we do, a 4-H program, in that nature, that we will be coming out with focused, targeting messaging if this does extend further in legislation. And so I don't, like I said, I don't want to super panic at this point, but I do want to say that we are aware of certain legislation.
It wasn't going through legislation, right? This was a proposition, a ballot initiative.
Ballot initiative,
So
yeah.
it passed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
With the Secretary of State.
So now
Am
they
I
go to the signatures.
correct? So they can
Well, I thought it was
start-
still we were told it was still in a titling phase, that it has to go into a correct, that it doesn't have, it's not multiple initiatives in one ballot measure. And so if the wording's not correct for it to go to the signature end of it, it needs to be changed. And so it's in that stage now before it would go to that signature end of 135,000. And then it would, wouldn't get on the 2021 ballot. It would wait until the fall of 2022. But, definitely Senator Quorum and Representative Catlin would have more specific information on what stage that is in.
Correct.
And, I
it's-
could give you my personal opinion, later today, but I wouldn't feel comfortable saying anything until it's, further down the line. But just know that CSU is aware of it, and obviously it would affect our ability to do our end and what we represent. But like I said, it just kind of inspires you more to, especially in an extension field, do work for the advocacy of agriculture and rural lifestyles in our area.
Great, because if it goes into that form of a proposition, just as Proposition 114 passed,
right,
the ballot initiative, it's critical that we all form together to fight this, because it's going to be detrimental to a lot in this state.
Oh, absolutely. absolutely. So we would, CSU is behind that, let's just say, and would have targeted messaging so that, just like anything, you know, you have to educate the public. And at the end of the day, that's Colorado's way of passing measures, ballot initiatives.
All right.
Awesome.
Well, we'll look forward to having you help us
Absolutely.
with this, because
That's what I'm here
this
for.
is part of that education piece
Mhm.
to make people understand that it will affect the entire industry.
Oh, yeah.
And it's detrimental effects.
Well, we wouldn't have a 4-H program if
You
it
wouldn't-
passed.
You
Yeah.
wouldn't have any programs.
Right, exactly.
Would kill them all.
It would, yeah, absolutely.
So.
So.
All right, very good.
Awesome. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Okay. With that, we're going to turn the page, and we have a resolution to look at. So, Commissioner Stevenson, I'm going to give you the floor.
Okay. Well, we had this resolution drawn up, making Montezuma County a sanctuary from wolf introduction. I would like to read this. It's Resolution 4-2021, making Montezuma County a sanctuary from wolf introduction. Whereas Proposition 114 narrowly passed the statewide November 2020 election, and whereas there were only 5 counties on the western slope in which voters approved the proposition, and whereas under Proposition 114, Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission has tasked with getting wolves on the ground by December of 2023 on lands west of the Continental Divide, and whereas Montezuma County opposed by resolution for reintroduction of wolves on November 26, 2019, and whereas the livestock industry is a primary component of the economy of Montezuma County, whereas predation by wolves of wildlife and domestic livestock is an issue that the voters of Montezuma County did not approve, and whereas in addition to the negative impact and social impacts of wolf introduction, wolves can pose a danger to the physical health of household pets and people due to predation and transmission of disease. And whereas the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission passed Resolution 16-01 opposing the intentional release of any wolves in Colorado, and whereas efforts to introduce the gray wolf to the Northern Rockies have exceeded recovery goals, and whereas Colorado is not part of the historic range of the Mexican wolf, and whereas Montezuma County Ordinance 1/2014 prohibits introducing non-native animal species into Montezuma County, carrying with a Class 2 misdemeanor and a fine up to $1,000 and jail sentence up to 12 months. Now therefore it be resolved that the Montezuma County is a sanctuary for the artificial and intentional introduction of wolves into Montezuma County, lands designated by the Colorado Parks and Wildlife for reintroduction must not include Montezuma County. And I would like to make a motion that we adopt this resolution for the Montezuma County as a sanctuary from wolf introduction on this day, the 23rd day of March.
Second.
Okay, so we can have some discussion on that. So with that, before we go to a vote, I'd like to also say, we got an email from CPW from Adrian Archuleta.
Mm-hmm.
And he is asking us to be at the table to form part of this task force. I did send an email of information back out. I think you guys probably all seen it.
Yeah.
And I think that Commissioner Stevenson probably, or I guess I would like to say that I think that you would probably be the best served on this task force for this to actually be at the table to fight this. This is a statement. I realize that, and I have no issues with the statement, but I think we need to do more than make a statement.
Right.
We actually need to be at the table. So with that, I'll take this to a vote, but then I'd also like to, within that vote, make sure that Commissioner Stevenson signs up on that, and that you are part of our representation through Montezuma County with that task force. If
And it looks like you've got to go through an application process here to do
Right.
that, so.
But we have to go through the application process to get on it to have a seat at the table.
Okay,
So are you good with that?
absolutely.
You bet.
Okay. Well, it's been moved and seconded to accept, resolution number 4, 2021, Montezuma County as a sanctuary from a wolf introduction, and placing Commissioner Stevenson to fill out the application to sit on the task force if accepted through CPW. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I think on that link, it had the form with it to be able to get signed up. Okay. Attorney Baxter, good to see you back.
Thanks. So this Friday, I'm going to meet with the attorneys for Mancus and Cortez about an IGA regarding the 911 dispatch center. It was new news to me when I spoke with Mr. Green yesterday about this. I don't know if you're familiar with that IGA. And so we're just going to discuss it, pros, cons, and try to hash out whether it's a good idea or bad idea. So I will get back to you after I talk to them about that. What do you all know about the IGA? He did send me a copy of it yesterday.
They were formulating the IGA over the last year, and I think that Commissioner Stevenson was at the meeting on Thursday night.
Okay.
And since then, Heather Alvarez, John Baxter, and myself have met to make a red line edition with some of the city's concerns, but we're waiting on financial information from John Doherty before we can move forward to the next step of edits.
And until, the way we had left it last year was until we saw that audit of where the dispatch center really sits. It's really difficult moving forward, and I don't know what came out of the meeting Thursday night. I was unable to attend that one.
Nothing much different. They still,
it's kind of at the
they've
same
completed
place.
16's audit and working on 17, 18, clear through. They've hired a contractor to go through 2023.
And John, would you like to look at the edits we're making? I have those.
Sure.
Okay.
Before Friday would be cool.
Yeah. I'll email them to you.
I think the biggest thing is what are the fees going to be moving forward? Because obviously, we as our sheriff's department is probably around 40 to 42%
Right.
of the operations of that dispatch center, and I think that was our
The fee structure really.
the
is
fee
what-
structure is the
what's
biggest
important.
component of it, and what they were trying to put in there as far as what they're charging for. I mean, I have no issue paying utilities or a prorated portion of utilities. I think that's fair, but some of the other things they had in there was their HR department, their IT department, some of that.
Right.
That if it's proportioned properly, makes sense, but if it's not, then it doesn't. And that was kind of a follow-up from last year working on it.
Okay. Just from this morning, Don brought up this issue with those RV parks, I think is what they are, that were mislabeled or miszoned. So I instructed Don to go ahead and send one notice out so it's going to be on us. Our planning and zoning probably cost us $100 or so to notify that we're making that correction. from the wrong zoning to commercial zoning. And so that's how we're going to proceed. I think he said, let's put this on unfinished business, but he's going to send out that notice and then come back to reschedule that with Shaq after that's done, and then you all can vote to correct it to the proper zoning. So that'll probably be coming up in a few weeks rather than next week. There was this, what I heard from last week, this memo regarding the elected officials redistributing, I guess, their budget when people move or leave. I know Ian is getting surgery today. I don't think that memo is done, so I'm going to probably try to do that. If you guys still want that to go out, I don't know if you wanted more input or if you wanted to see a draft.
Well, I'm going to send, once we have the draft letter, I want to send that out with an invitation, a calendar invite for a meeting with the commissioners.
Okay. And maybe it should come from, all right, Shaq. Maybe I'll just draft it or help Shaq draft that. So it's not me giving them legal advice in this situation.
I think it was more you were giving us legal advice on what the statute states so that we could move forward
I'll tell you what
with
the
the
statute
elected
states.
officials.
It's to me, it's pretty clear, and there's cases that, not a lot of cases, but there have been cases that have, where the sheriff has sued the BOCC over these issues, and all of the little bit of case law that exists goes with the BOCC. This is a BOCC decision. And so essentially what I'll sum up and put it into writing is that it's up to this body whether or not that's okay or not. So the BOCC can dictate, hey, you put in your budgets what each position is, either by name or by position title, and what that individual is going to get paid for the salary. And then when we approve that, we're approving those line items. And if it's going to change, it goes through the commissioners. I do think that that might have been how it previously worked. I believe that the last county administrator might have asked the departments to stop doing that pretty soon. I'm not sure exactly how that went down, but I believe the first year that I was here, we saw individual positions or names of what each salary was, and then that was stopped. But that is a possibility. If the BOCC wants, hey, we want to see it, and if it changes, we want to know, you've got to get permission from me first. If the BOCC is okay with, all right, here's $1 million for salaries for the clerk, and you all approve it as do what you want with
Don't
this.
give her hope.
Okay, but that is an option as well, as long as this body is okay with that.
Right.
So it's really up to you how you want to define it and dictate it, because my opinion is absolutely clear that you all are the bosses of those things. It can't be done without your permission. You're allowed to give implicit permission that do it, this is your salary, don't go over it. Or what I think is probably more of the norm is that these are the positions. This is what we pay for the position.
Which is why we're working on the development of the pay plan so that it's in there, the steps are in there, which is what we had talked about or what was presented. And that way there's no,
right.
It's very straightforward.
And the case that I reviewed, it was a situation, not from Montezuma County, I can't remember if it was Jefferson County or where, and it was years ago, but the sheriff, several people left the sheriff's department there, and the sheriff decided to give other people raises with that money rather than rehiring that position. The BOCC disapproved of that, so the sheriff took the BOCC to court. Sheriff lost. BOCC was allowed to dictate how the budget is spent. So I do absolutely think it's in your purview, but there certainly are probably boards, BOCCs in Colorado that say, the example I gave before, here's your budget for salaries, do what you want with it, elected official. Whether you want one employee helping you or whether you want 50. But it's up to you how it works. Let's see what else. I think you all hopefully saw, if not, maybe look at it. Let me know if you have any questions. The letter that Doug Reynolds sent to you all maybe a week or two ago. Mr. Reynolds, I agreed with Mr. Reynolds that, look, it's not a county road. However, it appears to be a public right-of-way. He does not believe that it's a public stock drive right-of-way. My opinion on this is that that's not our place. It's not the county's per se right-of-way. It's for the public, and so I don't think the county should necessarily acquiesce to that or take a position saying, oh, you're right, it's not, or yes, it is. That's for somebody who's wanting to use its position to assert. We're not asserting that it's a county road, and I feel like that's fair and fair enough. But you guys feel free to ask me more questions about that over email or whatnot. We don't have to necessarily get too into it right now. Just wanted to make sure you guys saw that. I haven't responded back to that letter yet. I think that's it. I am meeting also with the attorneys in Grand Junction, hopefully this week. We haven't scheduled it yet, about the CO2 committee, the appeal that was pending for Judge Plew immediately dismissed the case when CO2 brought the case here in district court, and that was appealed. So I'm meeting with them, I think, later this week, and probably update you guys on that next week.
Okay.
I think that's it.
All right, very good. You guys have any questions?
No.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
All right. County Administrator, Mr. Powers.
Trying to get my,
Sounds like he has nothing.
yeah, no, I've got a payables report you need to receive or you need to approve if it'll open up. There we
And I
go.
told you that
Now I'll
big
probably
old-
get it opened several times.
See, look.
So, and of course with this, you approved the largest portion already this morning from social services. So, at the 1.6, and so the total payables for the month of February 2021 was $3,197,000, $197,007.04.
Gentlemen?
Motion to approve the expenditures.
I'll second it.
So it has been moved and seconded to accept the expenditures for February 1st to February 28th, 2021, in the amount of $3,197,007.04, which out of that $1,678,360.94 was approved earlier this morning. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Shaq, how are we looking on our budget? Is this,
So far, we're within budget.
okay.
Yeah. If I'd blown the budget by the end of February, you guys probably ought to kick me out the door.
That's one thing we got to keep a close eye on this year.
Roger that.
Kicking him out the door?
Right. Sounds like you're on probation.
Yeah.
There's a
would
window
go
in
off
here.
that.
I haven't thrown anybody out the
Okay.
window in a while.
All right. All right. Is that all you have, Mr. Powers?
That's all I've got for right
All
now.
right. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Commissioners report, Mr. Lindsay.
Not much to report. I did go to that 911 meeting and asked Shaq to come along, and Joel was there. I guess just for clarification, we didn't make any decisions, didn't talk anything. In fact, I don't think Joel and I said a word to each other. But, yeah, this is something that's got to be worked out. And hopefully it will be, and wait to see what the MOU looks like in the end.
And this has been an ongoing issue. This has been going on over a year now, to try and get that thing squared away. So hopefully it's coming to an end soon.
And I think, like we discussed, if we can see the city's financials at any time soon, it would be a big benefit to realize what's being taken in and spent out there.
On that, I'm wondering, as the users of this group, can we have our own audit on this?
We
Just
asked that question because that's all we're concerned about. We weren't concerned about
what all
the-
their other business is. Yeah.
Right. We just wanted to know what was functioning for the 911 board, and apparently they can't separate. I don't know.
That's what we were told. They can't separate.
So I thought it would be easy to separate, but apparently it's not. So that's a question for auditors.
That's all I have.
Okay. Commissioner Stevenson.
Another pretty busy week. Last week we did attend the St. Patrick's Dinner for the VFW, and like Commissioner Lindsay, we did go to the communications meeting on Thursday. Saturday, we went out to the Better with Beef campaign with the local Cattlemen's Association and showed our support there. I spent a lot of time reading and catching up on the bills. House Bill 211115, the health board deal is very concerning to me. And the PAWS Act, that's another thing that's going to kill animal husbandry. And
That's what Greg was talking about this morning.
That we just got a lot of stuff that we're going to really have to pay attention to in this legislative session. That's pretty much what I done, was just read and educated. Lots of that.
I think that's the biggest part of the job.
Yeah.
Okay, Wednesday, obviously St. Patrick's Day. I did get a personal phone call from the new representative from our area in the Southwest region who is representing Hickenlooper over here, Helen Cattish. Hope I said that right. Basically asked her why she didn't have an office in Cortez, and apparently they're just taking over Gardner's office in Durango. Some of the largest concerns that I told her that we had down here were our water issues, our concerns, the WSAs, and everything that goes along with that as far as our water. And then had dinner over at the senior center with corned beef and cabbage with the people over there that night. It was very good. Also made our Veterans Officer video Wednesday, which turned out very good. Hopefully some of the veterans can view that and get some help from Mr. Torres. Met with the Road and Bridge and the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe down on County Road G, along with Administrator Powers. Thanks to Stephanie Sosi from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, is that correct?
That is correct.
She did confirm that we do have our right-of-way through there, which is what Rob is going to be discussing here pretty quick at about 11:30 at their meeting with the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. So that should be pretty well squared away and moving forward as soon as we get the final engineering for County Road G on the slip down there. Thursday was a big transportation discussion, and it was on the new draft proposal of the state transportation funding, which I sent you guys a copy of that so you could go through that slide deck. Senator Winter and Representative Gray were there to talk about it and how they're going to try to move that forward. Some of the issues that I have are the truck fees that are capped at 8 cents. My question was, if you're going to raise that tax, and it's going to raise 1 cent every 2 years, but that's still a raise, and they're calling it fees.
That's my question.
So that was a big discussion. The HUTF formula did stay the same, which is 60-22-18, which obviously we would get 22% of that still through our HUTF. And then the other big one within that is the EV. And there again, my question with the EV is, why are they only going to pay $90 when if you take a gas, the tax that you pay on fuel, if you do the math to average, say it gets 20 miles to the gallon, you know, it should be about $150 a year instead of what they're paying now. So those are going to be some large discussions that are coming up in that transportation bill. Later that afternoon, met with Laura from Region 9, which is why I didn't have the opportunity to meet you gentlemen. We discussed some of the upcoming year and how Region 9 is going to go forward with us. They will be going back in person in June, which is awesome. And it was a good conversation with her. Saturday, Shaq and I went and did some training for the 12 hours of Mesa Verde, and I've gotten a year or two older since the last time we did this, and I could sure tell. Went out and enjoyed a burger to support the Meat Inn or Cattleman's Day, and then attended the fundraiser for Emo Hindmarsh, the firefighter with cancer from the Louis Areola Fire Department. Met with the Mighty Dozen last night. Some of the biggest questions or concerns that we got ready for the governor's call or the governor's staff next Monday night will be, what is the new rollout of the Dial 3.0, and is this really going to give us an avenue to where we can finally get off of the Dial and it's more discretionary and guidance? So more will be discussed next Monday night with the governor's call with his staff. And then attended the Dolores Town Council last night. It was probably one of the shortest meetings that I've ever been to, which was kind of nice. And really the only discussion there was them submitting their comments on the EA for the Salter Y. And with that, I will quit talking. All right, anything else, gentlemen?
How about Alan, guys? Sure.
Well, still, good morning, folks.
Morning, Alan.
Gentlemen, Kim, good morning. Alan Mays, 21693 County Road 21, Lewis. Couple of things concerning the pause, or whatever maybe it's being changed to. I did stop Greg after his presentation and asked him a little bit more. Our Commissioner of Ag really needs to chime in on this thing, and unfortunately, it's a political thing, and I don't know what her position is. She works for the government, but state of Colorado. But anyway, she can't take a stand on that, according to her executive director that answers all of her emails. But I do think one of the disappointing things I learned from Greg was that they're not at the Ag Expo this year. I don't know why they aren't presenting anything, having a booth, participating with the youth at the Ag Expo. His comment was they weren't invited. So I don't know what's going on there. It is 4 states Ag Expo. So I think CSU really needs to get a little bit more involved in the issues of ag here in Montezuma County. I'm not saying that they aren't involved, it's just that this is one of those opportunities that they could have really taken advantage of. Education, the request that Sherry Simmons brought up to get together. I know you guys go to town hall meetings, whether it's Dolores, Mancos, or with the City of Cortez. I do think some kind of big forum would be an excellent idea to bring the public together, answer some of these things that are out there. I think people have questions and they don't know how to get those questions answered, or don't even know who to go to answer those. That would be an opportunity not only for the towns to explain what they're doing, but the county commission and then some other groups in town, how they're involved. But I think some of the things are coming forward. Unfortunately, I missed the resolution as I was talking with Greg out there. So having wolves in Montezuma County, they don't need to bring any more. We know they're at our door already, so they don't need to be doing much more in the state of Colorado. Anyway, thank you for your time and keep up the good work. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, with that, it looks like we're going to be led into the tribal meeting here pretty quick. Did you have something, Mr. Spratland?
Sir, offline.
Okay. So we will go ahead and we will adjourn until 1:30, 1:30 to 2:30. We have our water issues. Today, this afternoon, we're going to be talking about federal water rights with the BLM and how it works with the NCA designation. And then we'll be going into executive session after that, and then we can discuss any unfinished business, but we might have most of it done.
Might have some of it done.
Some of it done. All right. So we will adjourn this meeting, and are you going to put YouTube Live here? I just got a text from Rob that says they're way behind.
We've got it going already in the other conference room.
Okay. So we are
ahead and start?
No, it's 1:30. We're going to go ahead and get started.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. My name is Roy Smith. I am the statewide coordinator for the Bureau of Land Management for 3 program areas. Those program areas include water rights, in-stream flow protection, and BLM's Wild and Scenic Rivers program within Colorado. As of this week, I've been working for BLM Colorado for 29 years and in those programs. And so I'm hoping that office experience combined with all the time I've been able to spend in the Dolores River corridor on within each of the counties that you represent, I hope that experience and on-the-ground knowledge will help me answer your questions. The other thing I want to mention is that I'm also part of a federal organization that's called the Interagency Wild and Scenic Rivers Coordinating Council. And that has representatives from each federal agency that manages wild and scenic rivers. And I'm one of 3 BLM representatives on that nationwide council. And the goal of the council is to ensure consistent management of designated wild and scenic river segments nationwide and to provide information and technical assistance to parties who have have questions about wild and scenic rivers management. So I'm hoping that the variety of situations that I've heard about through that council will also help me answer part of your questions. So what I intend to do today is to have a PowerPoint presentation. It has about 35 slides in it, and so I'm going to make the whole presentation and ask you to hold questions until the end, and then I think we have 90 minutes total scheduled, so that should give us almost an hour for questions, and if necessary, we can go even longer than that. And before I jump into the presentation, I just want to make it clear that the purpose of this presentation is strictly for informational and educational purposes. BLM does not take a position on any legislation that may be under consideration or might be drawn up in the future. So we just manage and do what Congress tells us to do. So this presentation is exclusively designed to inform you, to help you figure out what way forward you would like to take. So with that, I'm going to share my screen, and then I am going to ask for confirmation that you can actually see my presentation. So let me see if I can do this. So can you see that presentation?
We can.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions or comments before we dive in? Okay. So let me get to the controls here. And okay, so the overall emphasis of this presentation is on water rights considerations for potential federal legislation in the Dolores River corridor. And I'm going to cover 4 major topic areas as part of this presentation. I think before we move forward in deciding what's next on the Dolores River, I think it's really important that everybody understands what's in place right now and whether it makes sense to build on that or change it. So it's really important to have that current context. The next portion of my content will talk about the exercise of private water rights in wild and scenic river segments, whether those segments are just under study or in eligible or suitable status as they are now, or whether you have a designated segment that is designated by Congress. The next portion, I want to talk about federal reserved water rights under a potential wild and scenic river designation. And then I want to talk about potential water rights approaches that could be utilized under a national conservation area designation in the Dolores River corridor. So to give you an overview of where we're at right now, BLM is operating under an updated resource management plan that was completed in 2015. And in that resource management plan update, BLM made a planning decision that the Dolores River is suitable for wild and scenic river designation by Congress. And what happened in 2015 is that BLM reviewed 108 river miles and found them still suitable. And when I say still suitable, I'm referring to the fact that the Dolores River corridor has been suitable since 1976. There was a study done in 1976 jointly between the Department of Interior and the state of Colorado, and that study resulted in a suitable determination. So we have 45 years of experience on what it's like to manage the Dolores River under a suitable determination. And under that suitable determination in 2015, one of the things that BLM is required to do is to classify the various river miles. And when I say classify, what I mean is determine the current level of development along the river corridor. And so the classifications that we found there range from wild to recreational. And what a wild classification means is just like it sounds. It means that there's very little, if any, human development in the river corridor. You might see, an occasional trailhead, or you might see, an occasional trail sign or something like that, or a safety sign someplace, but overwhelmingly you won't see human development. In the middle classification is scenic, and that's where you have some human development, but the overwhelming impression of the landscape along the river is that it's in natural condition. So under scenic, you might have things like roads accessing the river at certain points. You might have boat launches. You might have campgrounds. But overall, the overall setting is still natural. And then we classified 37 miles as recreational. And the recreational classification means that there can be a variety of human development in the river corridor. You can have roads or railroads right next to the river. You can have power lines crossing the river. You can have interpretive centers, buildings. It can be a very developed landscape. And so that's what BLM determined for 37 miles of the river, is that you do have some prominent human development activity. The other thing that I want to mention is that the reason that BLM did this suitability determination in 1976 and 2015 is that it's required by law. The Wild and Scenic Rivers Act, which was signed into law in 1968, says in the language of the act that any federal agency, when it's doing a land use planning decision or a land use plan revision, has to conduct a wild and scenic river study and make eligibility and suitability determinations. So that's what we did in 2015. So under that suitable determination, one of the things that we're required to do as an agency is identify what outstandingly remarkable values are found in the segments. And so your question might be, okay, what is an outstandingly remarkable value? That's kind of a strange terminology that comes directly from the 1968 Wild and Scenic Rivers Act. And what it means is river-related values that are unique or exemplary within the region of comparison. So the region of comparison that BLM used for the Dolores River is the Colorado Plateau, because it has similar geology, landscapes, precipitation. And so we were looking for values that were really good examples of values in that region. So that's what I mean by exemplary. Or they're really unique. They're not found elsewhere in the region. And these bullet points specify the outstandingly remarkable values that we found. Now, some of them may not be surprising to you if you spent time in the corridor. We all know that there's some pretty spectacular sandstone and erosional geology in the corridor. We all know that there's some spectacular scenery, but some of these may be less intuitive to you. For example, we found recreation is an outstandingly remarkable value, and that determination was made because of float boating, and it's a very unique float boating experience with amazing scenery, opportunities to explore side canyons, etc., during the years when there's enough water to float the river through the canyon. Another ORV that was found was fish, and you see 3 fish species listed here that are sensitive species found in the Dolores River. And so at this point, I just want to say that when we find these ORVs, we are following BLM's manual on wild and scenic river management, and it provides specific directions saying if you find these things with these sorts of characteristics, then they qualify as outstandingly remarkable values. And the BLM manual says if you have habitat for sensitive species and that habitat is occupied by those species and they're using it, then that by definition is an outstandingly remarkable value. So this whole list here is a result of BLM going through the process set out in its manual. And this is a picture of a bluehead sucker that was found in the Dolores River corridor. So since we've been managing under suitable determination since 1976, I think it's worthwhile to talk about what sort of things have happened more recently and historically under that determination. BLM worked very hard in the 2015 determination to acknowledge what happens in the Dolores River corridor and acknowledges what's outside of BLM's control. And it also acknowledges where we're going to collaborate with other stakeholders in the watershed. So it acknowledges that BLM suitability determination cannot change the management by Bureau of Reclamation of the Dolores project.
Roy,
yes,
Roy,
go ahead.
I need to stop you for a minute. I'm getting a couple texts, one from Senator Bennett's office. Can you let these people in also? I hate to stop you, but we've got a couple others that are trying to get in. Can you let them in and then continue?
Let's see. I do not know if I know how to do that.
Click on participants and then click admit all. Yeah, you have control of that since I made you the host. So if you move your cursor over your screen at the bottom, it should say participants. And
right, but I am not seeing that. I am.
Can you take it back, Shaq, for a minute?
You know, well, he has to give it back to me.
Roy, can you give our administrator back control and he'll let him in? I apologize.
I am going to, hold on, going to see if I can, I just need to make,
James, can you send your contact at Senator Bennett's office a watch, please?
yeah, unfortunately, the mode I'm in, I am not able to get the full set of controls to appear on the bottom of my screen.
No worries. We'll send them the YouTube link. They can watch from there.
Okay. Also, too, we're having some technical difficulties here. So the people that are waiting to get in on the Zoom link, if you just go to our MontezumaCounty.org, our website, you can also watch us on the YouTube link there. And then you can also text questions to me when that time comes up and or to our administrator.
Yeah, we're good. Let's go back to the presentation.
All right. Sorry, Roy.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That's okay. I'm sorry. I'm just not able. I use Zoom all the time, but now that I've got control, I cannot see the controls on the bottom of my screen. Oh, hold on. Okay, somehow they just popped up, so I'm admitting everybody who...
Great.
is, I don't know why they just chose to pop up now, but they did. And so I'm just going to go and admit. Okay, I think everybody who wanted to be admitted is now admitted.
Jeff Small, can you please mute yourself?
Okay, do you need any more assistance from me, or should I proceed?
You're good.
Proceed.
Okay. Okay, I am going to so I'm going to go back to the slide that I left off on, and I'll start that slide again so that we have a little bit of continuity here. So what I was saying is that BLM's suitability determination acknowledged that BLM's decision cannot change the Bureau of Reclamation's management of the Dolores project. The decision language also noted that we are going to continue to collaborate with the Dolores River Dialogue to improve management of existing water supply for the fish species that were identified as outstandingly remarkable values. And the language also acknowledged that there have been extensive restoration efforts that BLM has authorized, and those efforts will continue in the corridor. An example might be the Dolores River Restoration Partnership and treating for removal of tamarisk. So those pieces of language are found in the 2015 planning document. BLM's planning decision also included some other actions to support the outstandingly remarkable values. BLM established a special recreation management area along the corridor, and I'll talk a bit more about that. BLM put in a no surface occupancy stipulation for any mineral development along the corridor so that any of the infrastructure for mineral development is back away from the canyon rim. And BLM has continued to participate in the Dolores River Dialogue, and our plan acknowledges is that continued participation could positively affect the overall management of the outstandingly remarkable values. And then it's worthwhile, I think, to look at some of the historical things that have happened under a suitability determination, because it sort of demonstrates the flexibility of the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act, even when a river is under a suitable determination. So the federal agencies approved rights of way for the construction of the Dolores project, and Reclamation also has the Paradox Salinity Control Unit lower on the river, and BLM approved rights of way for that. During this period, water diversion and conveyance facilities in the corridor continued to operate under their existing permits. We have had ongoing mineral leasing and development in the corridor, but BLM stipulations have kept the infrastructure away from the immediate river canyon area and the canyon edge. And existing transportation utility quarters have been maintained in the river corridor, but those transportation utility quarters have not been expanded. Some of the things that have happened under the Special Recreation Management Area is that we were not frozen in time, but we've continued to develop and improve recreation facilities such as roads, boat ramps, and campgrounds, especially the facilities between McPhee and Bedrock. And the Special Recreation Management Area has also resulted in visitor registration so that BLM can get a better grip on who's using the corridor and for what activities. And we've implemented maximum group size limitations. BLM's also implemented river ranger patrols and established website links so that visitors can access information about flows in the corridor. And under the suitable determination, I think it's really important to know what that means in the bigger picture. When a river corridor is identified as suitable under the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act, it's placed under management that's called protected management. And that policy means that any action taken by BLM cannot degrade the outstandingly remarkable values that I identified earlier. We cannot take any actions that would degrade the water quality that's necessary to support those values. BLM cannot take any action that would degrade the free-flowing condition. And what that means is it does not prohibit BLM from authorizing water diversions or water facilities in general. It just means that BLM cannot approve any new water storage projects in the suitable river corridor that store water. So for example, we might be able to approve a low diversion dam that pushes water toward a head gate, but we could not approve a dam where the purpose of the dam is to store water for future use. And BLM also cannot take any actions that would change the classification of the segment or the overall level of development. And I think what's really important to remember is that these are restrictions on BLM's management. They do not apply to other agencies like Bureau of Reclamation. Bureau of Reclamation is not obligated to follow BLM's protective management policy. We certainly encourage them to do so, but they are not required to. The other thing you need to know about protective management is it's not permanent. That protective management only stays in place until one of two things happen. BLM can modify a land use plan, and BLM can say, we don't think this river segment is suitable any longer. And so that protective management would go away if that management modification by BLM gets signed. Or if Congress takes action, then protective management can go away. Congress can specifically say, we reject this segment for any further consideration for wild and scenic designation, and then it would no longer be suitable, or Congress can make a decision to put it into the National Wild and Scenic Rivers System. So since we're in the suitable stage, but the river has not been designated, you might wonder how designation would work if there's a determination by the congressional delegation and stakeholders that that's a path they want to take. First of all, I want to let you know that according to the BLM's Wild and Scenic Rivers Manual, BLM has the latitude to actively recommend or decline to recommend designation to Congress and the President. So what we've done here is we've done the study that's required by law, but BLM is not actively seeking designation for the Dolores River right now. We've taken that flexibility and say we're not going to push for this right now. The other thing you need to know is that only Congress or Secretary of the Interior can designate a wild and scenic river. BLM cannot designate it alone under our planning process. Most rivers get put into the national system through congressional designation, but there is a process where the Secretary of Interior can sign an order that makes a river wild and scenic. And the only way that that can happen is a state legislature has to act saying they want a river to be wild and scenic, and then the governor of that state has to convey that state legislature recommendation to the Secretary of the Interior, and then the Secretary can act upon it. There have been a few rivers added that way, but it's not a very common way of designating a river. If the river's designated, then BLM, with public input, we develop a management plan within 3 to 4 years to protect and enhance the ORVs. So the operative term there is with public input. It's a very public-oriented process with stakeholders. But here's the power of the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act is after designation, actions by any federal agency, and that would include, Forest Service, Bureau of Reclamation, any federal agency, all those agencies are obligated to protect the ORVs, the water quality, the classification, or the free-flowing nature. So that's some of the power behind the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act to protect rivers, is that it lines up all federal agencies to have the same objective. But designation can be undone by congressional action. but to my knowledge, that has never occurred. Congress does have the power and authority to undesignate, but I'm not aware that that's ever happened. So after a designation occurs, you might be wondering what happens to private water rights. And the answer is it's pretty similar whether a segment is in eligible, suitable, or designated status. Overall, operation, maintenance, and access to existing water facilities continues as historically implemented. That occurs because those are prior existing rights, and the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act recognizes prior existing rights. And changes to those facilities and new facilities can be approved if those new facilities or changes are consistent with the outstandingly remarkable values, classification, and water quality parameters. So this sort of goes to some of the flexibility of the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act, is that these sorts of actions can be approved, they just can't degrade the values for which the river is being designated or managed. You might also wonder about conditional water rights, which are basically, an allocation of water made by the state of Colorado, granted by the state of Colorado that has not been developed yet. So conditional water rights can be developed provided they're consistent with the classification and protection of the Wild and Scenic River values. However, if there's a conditional water right for a water storage project right on the river, BLM cannot allow development of that type of conditional water right, because as you recall, our manual says, and the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act says, that any Wild and Scenic River segment storage projects are not allowed, not new storage projects. And then the other thing you need to know is that for mileage that is classified as wild, significant new infrastructure would not be allowed, because significant new infrastructure would change the classification and make human development and use more prominent. So wild segments pretty much have to stay undeveloped. Another question you might have with regard to private water rights are changes to points of diversion and operating water exchanges in Wild and Scenic River segments. So unless a segment has been designated by Congress or the Secretary and it has a water right, and I'll talk a little bit later about what that water right is all about, but unless that happens, BLM has no basis to object to changes in points of diversion or to exchanges that move water around or deplete flows in the segment. You need to have a water right to object to those sorts of proposals. But once it's designated, BLM would have a water right and could object to changes or exchanges that deplete the flows necessary to support the ORVs. So that's just a quick overview of what happens with private water rights. And now I want to spend a little bit of time talking about water rights issues that can be considered when you're considering potential federal designations, Wild and Scenic River designation or National Conservation Area designation. So the first thing I want to talk about are called federal reserved water rights. And you'll hear me use that term a lot throughout the rest of this presentation, and you might see it in the term in the context of talking about writing legislation. So I think it's important that everyone understands exactly what a federal reserve water right is. And it's a special class of water rights that are designed to fulfill and support the purposes of federal reservations of land. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what a reservation means. But the purposes of the federal reservations of land are specified in congressional legislation and executive order that creates the reservations. So for example, here, if Congress were to create a wild and scenic river, Congress would say, this is the purpose for this designation. Or if Congress creates a national conservation area, Congress would say, this is the purpose for that designation. So the next thing I want to talk about is what are the origins of federal reserve water rights. because I said they're a special class. And what that means is that in general, Congress has delegated the allocation of water to state government. But the Supreme Court has ruled that Federal Reserve water rights are an exception to that delegation to the states. And Congress has created a special process to fit this exception into the state water allocation process. And that special process is called the McCarran Amendment. And what Congress did is said, usually the United States agencies have sovereign immunity from court suits by other levels of government. But in this case, Congress said federal agencies can be joined and required to participate in state water court adjudications for the purposes of setting up these Federal Reserve water rights. So the federal government, if it had a Federal Reserve water right, would go into the Colorado State Water Court system to get that water right quantified and adjudicated. So you might say, okay, so what federal lands qualify for these Federal Reserve water rights? And the answer is they have to qualify as a federal reservation of land. And what that means is that it's a chunk of land withdrawn from the public domain by legislation or executive order for a specific federal purpose. Now, what's unique about BLM lands is that most BLM lands are not reserved lands. They don't have Federal Reserve water rights because they remain within the public domain, and the management of those lands can be changed by a future congressional action, they can be changed by a future presidential order, or they can be changed by a BLM administrative process, like a land use plan. So they are not presently reserved, but BLM lands can be reserved. And let me give you some examples of BLM lands that have been reserved across the West. We have multiple national conservation areas that have been set aside on BLM lands, multiple national monuments, wild and scenic river corridors, wilderness areas, and another small reservation called public water reserves, and those are for livestock watering. So we do have BLM reserve lands across the landscape. And so one of the things to consider is, would this potential reservation, whether it's a national conservation area or a wild and scenic river, would it have reserved water rights? So let's talk a little bit more about that. So a wild and scenic rivers designation is typically accomplished by Congress passing an amendment to the original 1968 Wild and Scenic Rivers Act. And unlike other federal designations where there might be a freestanding piece of legislation passed by Congress, the way Wild and Scenic Rivers worked is Congress goes back to the original 1968 Act and it amends it. And so not all federal designations are done that way. So it's kind of unique to the 1968 Wild and Scenic Rivers Act. And what Congress did when it created the 1968 Wild and Scenic Rivers Act is it said all rivers that are subject to this act, that are designated, will have a Federal Reserve water right. And so in general, in practice and in history, all designated rivers have had Federal Reserve water rights. An important distinction is the stage we're at now, where BLM has determined that the river is suitable for designation. That does not include a Federal Reserve water right. So you might ask, okay, if Congress designates the river as wild and scenic, then what happens? BLM would then quantify the location and the amount and timing of water that's necessary to support each of the outstandingly remarkable values. So BLM would conduct studies to answer questions such as, what amount of water is needed to support the fish? What amount of water is needed to maintain an outstanding float boating experience? What amount of water is needed to maintain the wildlife communities that are along the river corridor that were identified as outstandingly remarkable? We would then take those studies and develop a claim and then BLM would file that claim in state water court. So BLM's been enjoined in all of the Colorado water courts under the McCarran Amendment, so there's clearly a path for getting this done. And there is no exception to this path. BLM has to work under the McCarran Amendment and must go through the state water court system. That's the only way that it can be done. BLM cannot work around that and claim water another method. And the important thing to remember is that when a federal reserve water right is created, the priority date for that right is equal to the date of designation. So if the river were designated this year, the priority date would be 2021, and that water right would be junior to all existing water rights. All private water rights, all other federal water rights, every single other water right on the river would be junior. I mean, BLM's water right would be junior to all those other water rights. So that's an important thing to remember, because the Federal Reserve water right gets administered just like all the other water rights do. It has a priority date, it has locations, it has uses, and it's administered just like all the rest, and so it would be administered with that junior priority. So you might be wondering, okay, if we go into this designation process, what might that look like? And I think looking at a little bit of history might help you think about what it might look like. Over the last 50 plus years, 13,412 miles have been designated into the National Wild and Scenic River System. Over about 226 different segments have been designated. That's about 0.5% of the total river miles in the United States. We've had one river in Colorado that was designated during the 1980s, and that's the Cache La Poudre River that's in the mountains behind Fort Collins. New reaches have been steadily added since 1968. It's just been kind of a steady process over time to get us up to that 13,000 mile total. And many recent designations across the West have occurred as part of large public lands legislation packages. We had a very large public lands bill in 2009 called the Omnibus Public Lands Act, and many hundreds of wild and scenic river miles were added on that in that legislation. And then the Dingle Act passed in 2019, and many hundreds of more miles were added in 2019 under that act. And so an example here is the Green River, which was designated in the state of Utah in 2019 under the Dingle Act. The big picture is that the Intermountain states that are close to us, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana, and Utah, have designated several hundred miles of stream since 2009. So the stakeholders and the congressional delegations from those states have chosen to use Wild and Scenic River designation as a management tool. So as you look at this process, you might be thinking, does Wild and Scenic designation always include a Federal Reserve water right? Because maybe you're interested in the flexibility of that designation, but the Federal Reserve water right creates a concern for you. And so I guess I'll go back and reiterate that the streams are designated by congressional amendment to the original act, and that original act says each segment will have a Federal Reserve water right. That being said, Congress can do whatever it decides it needs to do. And so Congress conceivably could insert an amendment to the act saying, for this particular river segment, we're going to protect flows with some other mechanism. That is very, very rare under the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act. It's only been done in a couple of other cases, but it is an exception that has occurred a couple of times. This is a picture of Laverkin Creek in Utah near Zion National Park, and it was designated in 2009 under the Omnibus Public Lands Act. So that's kind of an overview of how Federal Reserve water rights and water rights in general work under a Wild and Scenic River designation. Hold on. Now I want to talk about national conservation areas, because they're a very different animal and a very different tool. And there's some a menu of water right approaches that have been taken with National Conservation Area designation. So unlike wild and scenic rivers, Congress has adopted a case-by-case approach to water rights for the protection and the management of national conservation areas. For some national conservation areas, Congress has decided to create reserved water rights, but for others, they have instructed the managing agency like BLM to rely on water rights that can be established under state law. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples of how that's been different in two different places. The first example I want to draw from is right in our neighborhood in Colorado. Colorado has two national conservation areas close by that have been designated by Congress. One is McInnes Canyons National Conservation Area west of Grand Junction, and the other is Dominguez Escalante National Conservation Area west of Delta. And those are both pictured here on the map in the dark orange, and they're both large areas. Dominguez Escalante, if I recall correctly, is over 60,000 acres of land in the conservation area. So Congress said, BLM, you need to apply for state-based water rights to protect the values for Dominguez Escalante. So what BLM did there is we applied for state-based water rights to protect water at what I call point sources, which are springs and livestock ponds within the National Conservation Area. We just said the uses are livestock and wildlife. We applied to the state water court system, and we got those approved through the state water court system. Under state law, BLM cannot apply for in-stream flow water rights. Only the Colorado Water Conservation Board can hold those. So BLM made recommendations to the Colorado Water Conservation Board to establish in-stream flow water rights on the perennial streams and the seasonal streams that are within the National Conservation Area. So this is an example of one of the streams where BLM has made that recommendation, called Cottonwood Creek, and that creek is still in process with the Colorado Water Conservation Board. But when BLM uses these state-based processes, we are also subject to the provisions of state law. And state law says when you apply for a state-based water right or a state-based in-stream flow, you get a priority date as of the date you applied, not the date when the National Conservation Area was created. So these water rights that BLM claimed have junior priority dates. Now I want to give you an example of doing it another way, which is when Congress has said National Conservation Area will have a federal reserve water right. And this is from the San Pedro Riparian National Conservation Area in Arizona. It was created to protect riparian values, and it's located to the south and east of Tucson, Arizona, within that red circle that I've placed on this map of Arizona. So a little bit more detail about the San Pedro. After that Federal Reserve water right was created, BLM did a lot of studies to determine the timing, the rate, and the location of flow necessary to support the riparian community. And this particular riparian community is also strongly supported by groundwater discharge to the river. So BLM conducted studies to identify how much of the surface water was coming from groundwater discharge. We took those studies and BLM submitted claims to an Arizona court that is conducting water right adjudications in this watershed, and BLM claimed a priority date when the conservation area was established. There were many parties who contested and protested the claims, and BLM litigation continues on those claims, and that process is not complete. And in this process, a state court, not the Arizona State Water Right Agency, but the state court will determine if BLM's in-stream flow and groundwater claims are allowed. So that just kind of gives you a different example of how to go about stream flow protection. So you might wonder if, like, okay, if we want to create a national conservation area, what would change if that were done and suitability were terminated under the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act? And the answer is river-related values could still be protected and enhanced, but they would need to be specifically called out in the legislation, and BLM would need to be specifically directed to protect and enhance them. And I'm sure that the congressional staffs could assist with developing legislative language that would direct BLM to do those things. Another thing to think about is, the management standard that I spoke of earlier under a suitable determination, where I said BLM can't degrade the ORVs, the classification, the water quality, or their free-flowing nature. If an NCA were created, that could disappear, but conceivably it could be replaced by legislative language that directs BLM to not degrade those same water-related values. So one sort of protection might disappear and could be replaced with another. The other thing that is a factor to consider is that BLM's protection under a suitable determination is only short-term administrative protection. Under an NCA legislation, if that were signed into law, it would take that short-term protection and conceivably make it permanent, because then it's part of federal law. So in conclusion, I want to go back and just revisit some key points before we get into questions and answers, just so that we're all on the same page. And I also want to go through this because we had some people that were joining us a little bit after we started. So currently the Dolores River, under the suitable status, currently has some protection under the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act because BLM is required to implement protective management. BLM can't degrade the ORVs, the classification, or the water quality or the free-flowing nature. This suitable status that we're operating under right now creates no Federal Reserve water right for BLM, so there's no sort of BLM-administered flow protection on the river. There are some state-based in-stream flow water rights on the river, but there's no Federal Reserve water right. If a Federal Reserve water right were created for the Dolores River by Congress or the Secretary, it would operate just like any other right in terms of priority. It would have a junior priority to existing water rights, and it could not take away water from existing water rights that are senior under any circumstance. The other thing you need to know about Federal Reserve water rights is that they can be established for a broader array of beneficial water uses than is allowed under state law. For example, it is challenging under state law to get water rights for recreation purposes, for support of cultural resources, more challenging to get a water right for supporting riparian values. But I will note that, for example, the Water Conservation Board has a program that BLM has used to obtain state-based water rights to support riparian values. And there are avenues under state-based law, such as recreational and channel diversions, that can be used under certain circumstances to get water rights for recreation purposes. But in general, the uses that are allowed under Federal Reserve water rights are much broader than those under state law. Whoops, sorry, too many clicks. Go forward here, one more. You should know that if Congress designates a wild and scenic river, the historical pattern of Congress has to include a Federal Reserve water right for the designated segment, and taking another water rights approach has been rare. And then the final point is Congress can tailor water rights language in national conservation area legislation to reflect the desires of stakeholders. It may or may not include Federal Reserve water rights, and it may or may not direct BLM to protect and enhance the water-dependent values. NCA legislation has definitely been more on a case-by-case basis and has been more tailored to the individual management situation. So that's just kind of a very quick overview of water rights considerations with regard to the Dolores River corridor and potential legislation. So I guess what I'd like to do is open it up for questions. And I think what I will do is, if it's okay with our facilitators, is to stop the sharing of this PowerPoint and then so you can see my face while I answer questions.
I think so. I think that's pretty good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you mute yourself again, please?
And I guess I'll ask the Montezuma County Commissioners, did you three of you want to moderate the question and answer session?
Sure, we can do
Or
that.
would you like me to do that?
Well, why don't we let you do that? Changed my mind.
And
They're gonna
I
be
see
directed
that
at you
the
anyway.
mic for the Montezuma County Commissioners is turned off.
Yeah, Roy, we're going to let you go ahead and do that because they're going to be directed at you anyway.
Okay, I'm happy to do that.
And if anybody in our audience here would like to come up and ask a question, our microphones are open, so feel free to come on up.
And when you do so, if you'd give your name and address for the clerk, please. I would say the podium can. We can have presenters at the table and questions at the podium.
Hi, Roy. Am I first?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, Ken Curtis, 21962 Road P, Cortez. Hi, Roy. I'm with Dolores Water Conservancy. And I did want you to, or would ask you to go into the background of that protect and enhance. You've used it several times. Clearly, and then you had other synonyms with that at different points at what kind of levels certain ORVs would be protected. And specifically for me, I am thinking about water-dependent ORVs. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, the protect and enhance terminology that I use comes straight from the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act itself. And so what it says is that the overall management directive for the managing agency is to protect and enhance the ORVs. So the way that that's interpreted is that at a minimum, our management standard is to protect the ORV at least the baseline level that ORV existed when the river was designated. So we will document, what quality that ORV has, where it was, document that condition as carefully as possible right around when the river is designated and attempt to maintain it at that level. But the Act also says that if you have opportunities to enhance and make that value better, you should take those opportunities. And so the Act recognizes that those opportunities may or may not exist, but if they do, that the agency is directed to enhance if that's possible, consistent with the Act and prior existing rights and all the other considerations.
Thank you.
Ed Millard, I represent Montezuma County on Southwest Basin Roundtable and the IBCC. Do you have examples of ways the BLM has enhanced native fish species or boating on other NCAs or wild and scenic areas?
I think I'll start with the recreation. I think a very common thing to do with enhancing recreation for a designated river is improving facilities, and that might be improving boat ramps, access roads, visitor centers, restrooms, improving methods for providing information to visitors, like improving websites that provide information, anything that can make the visitor experience better. Other things that have been done in some designated rivers where there's been very heavy usage that's been increasing rapidly, there's been a need to put some limits on usage so that campsites don't get trammeled and degraded, so that archaeological resources don't get defaced. So there's other things that have been done to manage the visitor experience and enhance it and make it better. In terms of fish, Some of the things that have been done are what I'll call channel restoration, where if a channel has narrowed significantly from what it has been historically, BLM has been involved in projects where we attempt to restore side water channels where fish go to spawn and where the young of the year hatch from the eggs and become small fry and hatchlings before they go out into the main river. BLM has also been involved in efforts to shock and eradicate fish species that are not desired so that they don't compete with the species that are desired. There's sort of the big category are habitat manipulations and population manipulations. Those are the two things that have been done.
It's not very common to have a reservoir above these, but it does occur. Are there instances in which you would ask for changes in the release regime from a reservoir to enhance those two ORVs?
Actually, reservoirs above wild and scenic river reaches are more common than you might think. They actually occur all over the West. And there have been instances where BLM has asked for modification of reservoir releases to enhance fishes, but typically where that occurs is not through the wild and scenic rivers process. That is typically through other processes like the FERC process, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. They have to provide a license for reservoirs that generate electricity, and when they relicense a reservoir, they have to provide a process through which resource management agencies can request improvements that would make the flows better, support the resources downstream. So BLM has requested changes, but BLM goes into those processes recognizing that they're just requests, they're not demands, and such requests cannot force the managing agency for those structures to ignore their management obligations. Like, we understand we can't just ask reclamation to ignore its water delivery contracts. No way we can do that. Those are legally binding. And so we say, to the extent possible within your management authority, can you consider some modifications to flows that would support the downstream fishery? That's generally how it happens.
I just want to clarify something you said in your presentation. You can intervene in water rights development within the Wild and Scenic or NCA. Does that also extend to developments above the NCA or the Wild and Scenic? Can you intervene in court cases, for example, for a reservoir above the Wild and Scenic? I think that's what you said, but I did want to verify that.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So the first thing I'll say is, in order to intervene and have success in water court, BLM would probably have to have a water right in the form of a Federal Reserve water right. That would be the first thing. And if that is in place, then BLM could file a statement of opposition in water court cases, and it would not just be cases that are within the designated corridor. If someone upstream wanted to take an action in a water rights case that would significantly diminish the flows available to satisfy BLM's junior water right, BLM could file an opposition to that and get involved in that case. But I think what you have to keep in mind is there's a lot of water rights activity upstream that doesn't result in changes in flows downstream. And so if there's no discernible change in flow downstream, then BLM would really not have a basis to oppose it. Like, for example, there's a lot of changes in points of diversion upstream, and there would be no change in flow downstream. BLM would not really have a basis to object to that. Or, for example, say there's a storage water right upstream that's conditional, and a storage facility was built, and the owner wants to go absolute. Well, BLM's a junior water right, so we don't have any basis for objecting because we're in line behind that water right. So the number of cases where BLM could raise a substantive objection upstream would be pretty limited under a junior water right.
I could ask questions all day, but I don't want to take too much time. Could I ask a couple more, or do you want to? ask for other questions.
Well, there are some questions on Zoom in the chat. Maybe we'll give Mr. Smith an opportunity.
Yeah, go
ahead and do that.
Unless we're stacked up with questions, please proceed. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got one in the chat box, Mr. Smith. And it says,
Is there anybody else who's on the Zoom link who has questions they would like to ask? I'm seeing a hand raised by Hillary Cooper. Hillary, why don't you go ahead?
Thanks, and I was just, maybe I had another question I was going to follow up on Ed's question. So you mentioned the BLM has the ability to intervene upstream if it has a water right.
Mm-hmm.
Does the BLM currently have a water right on the Dolores?
No, we have water rights on limited springs and livestock watering ponds in the Dolores River, but we have no water right on the Dolores River itself.
And so right now the BLM doesn't have the ability to intervene in, say, actions on the
No.
In the reservoir.
No.
Would the BLM gain any water rights through an NCA process, or is it not maybe specific to this issue because we don't know yet, but in NCAs, does the BLM automatically gain a water right?
No. If an NCA is designated, BLM does not automatically get a water right. Congress has to specifically create the water right. Now, I will say, most of the time Congress is very explicit about their intention with regard to water rights, but some federal legislation goes through and Congress does not explicitly say what its intent is. And if Congress does not specifically say, then it's left up to the courts to decide what Congress's intent is. So we do have older designations, federal designations like older wilderness areas, that sort of thing that were done in the 60s and the 70s, where courts have been forced to decide, did Congress have the intent to create a water right? But Congress's overall, in modern legislation, almost always expresses its intent on water rights.
Okay, thanks. And then just one more question. How is a wild and scenic NCA managed?
Oh, Hillary, your internet connection froze up momentarily. Can you please repeat?
Sure. How is a wild and scenic designation managed long-term versus a NCA managed long-term? So like, how are decisions made on the ground for a wild and scenic designation versus an NCA designation?
Okay. I would actually say that the two are very, very similar. In both designations, BLM is required to create a land use plan. In both designations, BLM is required to consult with stakeholders in the formulation of the land use plan. In both designations, it's extremely common after the plan is created to have what I call friends groups that assist with implementing the provisions in the stakeholder plan. So there's really not a lot of differences between the two. They are characterized by a lot of interaction with stakeholders, and they're characterized by a new resource management plan that's updated on the cycle that's typical for BLM resource management plans, which is a 15 to 20 year cycle. So they're both very, very similar.
Okay, thanks. I guess I was, so if an NCA encompasses BLM and Forest Service land under an NCA, would it be, is the decision-making process, the ultimate decision-making process, any different under an NCA versus through Wild and Scenic?
I don't think the decision-making process is substantially different, and I'll say two things in regard to that. One is just the appeal process is the same. Like if somebody doesn't like what we're doing in either type of plan, they go through the same BLM appeal process. So they have the same rights in each process. And then if we have an NCA that includes both Forest Service and BLM lands, that would be a little unusual because, Forest Service lands are already set aside in national forests. But we do have a national monument in Colorado, Browns Canyon National Monument, that does include Forest Service and BLM lands. It's not to say that that couldn't be done in an NCA, it's just I'm not aware that it's been done. And in the Browns Canyon, we just recently completed a management plan that was done in conjunction with the U.S. Forest Service. And so we just worked together with the Forest Service. We have, the plan is signed by both agencies and it's implemented by both agencies. And we use the planning and the appeal process that is always used for both agencies. So again, it doesn't look very different than from NCA to monument to designated wild and scenic river. The process is pretty similar.
All right, thanks. And just finally, it's so great to have your expertise for so long at the BLM, and just really appreciate your dedication to this and sharing all of your knowledge with us.
Well, sure, you're welcome. The next hand I saw was Keith Caddy. So Keith, do you have a question? Oh, Keith, your mic is not on, Keith.
I am now.
Okay.
You hear me? Great. Thank you for the presentation. I'm Commissioner in Montrose County. And I do have a question sort of following up what Hillary had to say. If there's a designation of wild and scenic and Congress decides to designate a water right, that water right would be junior to all senior water rights filed prior to that date. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And another one I just wanted to reiterate, I just to clarify, you said that there could not be any damming of the river, but you said there could be modifications to intake structures, let's say for irrigation districts and stuff, to keep them viable for the farmers and ranchers in that area.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And so I think what's important is that if there's a wild and scenic river designation, BLM has the flexibility to keep those facilities modernized and going under a recreational classification or a scenic classification, because those two classifications allow for some developments in the corridor.
Okay. Yeah, because I was just concerned about, deteriorating intake structures. That it happens. You need to go in and rebuild your head gates and stuff like that. And I'm just very worried about that.
Yeah, that's definitely within the realm of possibility. The only concern would be is if there's a redesign of an existing structure and they wanted to put some large new dam all the way across the channel that wasn't there before. That might be a concern. But
even just improve.
Yeah, but just replacement and modernization of existing structures to incorporate, newer technology and newer materials in general would not be a problem.
Okay. And going back to something that Hillary was talking about is the NCA and the wild and scenic, that would not change too much between either one of the designations, correct?
Yeah, and under both designations, BLM is obligated to respect prior existing rights. And so that includes prior existing water rights, and that also includes existing land use authorizations from the federal agencies that we've given for those facilities. So it wouldn't look very different under wild and scenic or NCA from that perspective.
Okay, thank you so much for your input. I've learned more today about NCAs and wild and scenic than I have in the last 5 years. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Smith, you have a question in the chat from Miss Sue Hansen of Montrose County.
Okay. Let me find that chat. Okay. I'll read the chat so that everybody can hear it. Can you speak to how a rancher might be affected if her land and water rights existed within a designated NCA? Does it change anything with regard to usage or access? Okay, that's a great question. So first of all, neither an NCA designation or a wild and scenic designation give the federal government power to control what happens on private lands. That is controlled by local governments through their land use zoning and their ordinances. But the second part of that question is important. Does it change anything with regard to usage or access? So sometimes those private parcels require access across federal lands to get to them, and it requires access to facilities like irrigation ditches. And the way that those work is that those are respected as prior existing rights. They can continue to be used and utilized just as they were before. The only issue that might occur is that once those designations go into place is if you want to upgrade or improve those facilities, like you want to have a straighter access route, you want to have a bigger ditch, you want to do something like that. Those proposals could still be entertained, but BLM would be obligated to analyze whether those conflict with any of the Wild and Scenic River or NCA values. If they don't, that could be approved, but if they conflict with those values, BLM may have to deny that improvement or put terms and conditions on it. So I hope that answers your question. I'm going to go to Jeff Wyden because he has his hand up.
Hi, Roy, and thanks for your presentation today. I just have a question about the protect and enhance language. If an NCA were designated, not a wild and scenic river, but an NCA, and there was no new federal water right that was created through the legislation, to your knowledge, is there any way that having language that says BLM is directed to protect and enhance water-based or water-related ORVs and values and such, is there any way that that could negatively affect any other pre-existing water rights?
You mean pre-existing water rights that BLM has or that other parties have?
That other parties have.
Oh, I don't think so, because regardless of the designation, we're instructed to respect prior existing water rights. So I think what would happen is if BLM in NCA legislation were told to protect and enhance, but BLM does not get a Federal Reserve water right, what BLM would do to say, okay, what are the rest of the tools at our disposal to protect and enhance? So we have a whole suite of land use tools that we can use to protect and enhance. You know, what sort of developments we allow, we don't allow, what sort of rehabilitation projects we implement, those sorts of things. Those are tools at our disposal. Tools at our disposal would be those under state water law. We could still make recommendations to the Colorado Water Conservation Board, and if the board acted, those might protect and enhance. If we got water rights on springs and seeps under state water law, that would protect and enhance. So we would still protect and enhance, we just wouldn't have one of the tools in the toolbox at our disposal.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to just, in simple language, go and try to get water from senior water right holders?
No, I mean that neither designation gives BLM the authority to go and take water rights from senior water right holders. The only way that could happen would be is if there's a willing seller and the seller says to BLM, hey, I am interested in selling my water right and maybe my property to the BLM to enhance the river or enhance the NCA. BLM could note that to Congress and put forth a request for funding for that acquisition from a willing seller. But neither designation allows us just to go and say, hey, that water right belongs to the BLM now, or we're going to take a portion of your water. It's not possible.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
there any other, I don't see any other hands raised on the Zoom call. Are there any other questions?
We do. We have one in here. We have Ms. Clementson from the BLM.
Oh,
Good afternoon.
hello, Connie.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much for your presentation today. I think that all the participants realize what a subject matter expert you are when it comes to wild and scenic, rivers, as well as water rights. So thank you, Roy, for this time. I wanted to share with this audience that Montezuma County has agreed to host another session on April 20th at 1:30, I believe. Same format, about NCAs. And if you hadn't noticed in your participant list, we have Connie Jacobs, what a great name, Connie, who is our NCA program lead in BLM Colorado, and she's going to do a presentation on NCAs. And so Roy, with the subject matter expertise area that he has, certainly will probably join us again. Water rights is a core part of either discussion, and so I'm sure he'll make himself available again, but Connie will give you the opportunity to ask questions about how the NCA process were to happen if you were to have NCA legislation passed, and what that, what the implications of that are. Because it's so many faceted questions about wild and scenic, or NCAs, and water rights, and how they relate to each of those types of designations. So I thought I'd pass that along. And Roy, thank you again so much for your time today. And I love that the river's flowing behind you. That's a nice flow. Thank you.
Well, that's what I'm hoping to see this year. We'll see.
Anybody else?
I've got one, Ed. Have you guys read Diane DeGette's water rights section of her wilderness bill?
Yes, I have seen that bill, yes.
And does it reflect in any way to us down here?
I'm having a lot of trouble hearing you.
Does it reflect in any way upon this designation or any part of our area here?
Well, my understanding of the DeGette bill is, if you're looking at the version I think you're looking at, is it's a wilderness proposal for the Dolores River Canyon. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. So that would be a completely different kind of designation. And the water rights language in that proposal is kind of a unique approach. And if you want to, I can talk a little bit about that to help you understand what's being proposed there.
Yes, please.
Okay. What's being proposed there is an approach that was used for a wilderness area outside of south of Grand Junction called Dominguez Canyons. And that has been designated as wilderness by Congress, and it has been designated with language that is very similar to what you see in the DeGette bill. And that designation is in a landscape where, like the Dolores River, there are water rights and there is private land upstream. In the situation of Dominguez Canyons, there's very limited water rights and very limited private land upstream, but just in general, both situations have water usage upstream. What happened on that designation is that the stakeholders wanted water protection, but they wanted the flexibility to have that water protection implemented by state government. So what they did was a hybrid there. The legislation says there will be a federal reserved water right for the Dominguez Canyon Wilderness, but, and there's a really big but, it says the federal agencies will not assert or adjudicate that federal reserve water right if the Colorado Water Conservation Board steps up and appropriates an in-stream flow water right to protect wilderness values. And so it was sort of, it was set up to incentivize everybody. It sort of provided incentive for the state to act, and it provided incentives for the feds to just sit back and see if protection could be put together at the state level. And that is exactly what occurred. The BLM did a series of studies. We submitted a recommendation to the Colorado Water Conservation Board for how much water we thought was necessary to support the wilderness values. The Colorado Water Conservation Board appropriated that water and got it through water court, and then BLM signed an enforcement agreement with the Water Conservation Board for that water right. And so it's been a success story in sort of a federal-state partnership for protecting flows, where everybody feels like there's incentive for all the parties to stay on top of it and make sure that the flows are protected in the future. And since that process worked on Dominguez, I believe, I can't speak for the Congresswoman, but I believe that that success experience was looked upon as a potential template for working on the Dolores. So I believe that that's where that legislation came from.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more here in the audience. Roy?
This is Ed Millard again. I represent the County on Southwest Basin Roundtable. The language in DeGette's bill defers to CWCB to protect the in-stream flow, but it says if it doesn't get it, the Secretary of Interior would try to appropriate the water.
Yes.
Is that just a Federal Reserve water right because you would know it would be junior and it wouldn't actually get the water that you might have wanted to protect the ORV values? Is it just a Federal Reserve water right, or is that language talking about something somewhat more severe as far as appropriating or acquiring water to satisfy your goals?
No, I mean, this is just based on my read of the language. I mean, you know, there might be other attorneys or the congressional staff who read it differently, but my read is it would just be a standard Federal Reserve water right if the state does not act. It would just be a junior priority, just like it would be for a wild and scenic river designation.
You probably can't answer this question exactly now, since you can't really estimate the in-stream flows that you require for the ORVs until the bill is passed for wild and scenic, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that you would honor the existing in-stream flows? And there's obviously a big difference between the reach between McPhee and the confluence with San Miguel, and then the much bigger in-stream flow water right below that. Do you have any way to guide us on what you would think would be the in-stream flows under wilderness, or is that not fair to ask you at this point?
No, I can't give you a crystal ball prediction of what would happen exactly, but I can tell you the process that BLM would go through is that when we did the in-stream flow recommendation to the Colorado Water Conservation Board for the San Miguel River downstream of where it joins the Dolores, we did a lot of what's called habitat modeling, where we established cross-sections in the river and identified which sections of the river were being the most used by the fish, and then we did some modeling to determine what amount of water would be necessary to maintain the depth and the amount of habitat needed by the fish. So what we would do for this segment of the Dolores would be the same. We would do some habitat modeling and take some cross sections and figure out how much water is needed to maintain the habitat for those fishes. And because the channel upstream of that confluence on the Dolores is very different shape and very different size than the San Miguel, we would come up with a very different answer, I'm certain. Now, I don't know whether that answer would say that we need more than 78 CFS, but my guess is it probably would be a higher number. And the reason I say that is because state-based in-stream flow water rights are, you know, the minimum, the absolute minimum necessary to sustain the environment. And, you know, we're, under Wild and Scenic, we're looking at the protect and enhance standard. And so we might have a slightly different, you know, threshold that we're looking at. Also, I would have to go back to the year when the CWCB water right was appropriated and look at what methodology they use to come up with 78 CFS. Part of the consideration I know that the CWCB made back then was when the Dolores project was being planned, there were some predictions about the release rates from the reservoir. And if I recall correctly, 78 CFS was one of the predicted release rates when the reservoir was fairly full during a generous water year. So, so we have to go back and look at that old science, do some of our new science, and come up with a new recommendation. But again, you just have to keep in mind is, even if BLM said, 500 CFS were needed, and the current water right is 78 that's held by the CWCB, it's a junior water right. The BLM can't use that water right to force 500 CFS out of the Dolores project. The only thing that junior water right would do to say in big years, when 500 CFS is available, BLM can protect that flow with its junior water right. So that's just a big picture of how it would look, but we definitely have some years of study ahead of us.
I have two more, but I could take it in this session if you want to wrap up. It's up to you.
Well, we're pushing our time limit right now. We've got 3 minutes left. If you can wrap it up in 3 minutes, we'll go ahead. So.
Okay. Well, I can ask the question. I don't know if you can answer in that time, but I'll ask the question, and then we'll pick it up at the next one.
All right.
When you did the in-stream flow on the lower Dolores, there was some controversy about expanding the ORVs from just the round-tailed chub to the 3 species. And it is a long-running controversy that above the confluence with the San Miguel, the 2 sucker species are not doing well and are challenged. Is it possible in a wild and scenic that you would differentiate those 2 RVs so that they would only be applied below the confluence with San Miguel, or who would make that decision? Because we really don't want those 2 species listed as ORVs above the confluence because they don't do well there.
Well, there's a couple thoughts on that. One is that if there's a desire in the designation, Congress does have the latitude to specify what the ORVs will be. Congress can override BLM's planning decision that identified those ORVs. If the ORVs are left as they are right now, which they were created pursuant to BLM's manual guidance, and if they were left as they are and Congress didn't touch that, then BLM would be obligated to continue to manage for those other 2 fish as ORVs. So it kind of depends on what the status of the river is and what direction we get from Congress.
Okay, thank you, Roy. I do appreciate it. We are up against our allotted time here, and we have other things in our meeting to go ahead with. So I do want to thank you again for your presentation. Thank the audience out here for listening and everybody on Zoom. It's good to see a bunch of other county commissioners out there listening in also. So with that, gentlemen, we'll close this portion of our meeting, and you all have a good day.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you all again.
I'm going to have to listen to that like 4 times. I was taking notes at the beginning and trying to take pictures of the slides, but I mean, that was like drinking from a water hose again. Right. I don't know at this point, did you get an answer from the Congresswoman on the field trip July 15th? I know that's way down the road.
Oops.
Too far out, yeah. Okay, good. Okay, perfect. Do you guys have any other issues you need to bring up with Bobert's office?
Between Shaq and the communication that we're having, and along with the water meeting that we're having on Tuesday. concerns are, obviously, and that way we can get fixing that.
Well, I'll try to be at the meeting next week as well, so.
You're welcome, man.
Thanks, Devin.
Have a great day.
You'll have to let me know when we go. You'll have to let me know when we go into executive session, so I'll switch everything.
Okay, at this point in time, we're going to go into an executive session. And within that executive session, we are going to have Ms. Purcell, Commissioner Stevenson, Candelaria Lindsay, Attorney Baxter, Administrator Powers, Amy Branson, Gina Montoya with Social Services, and Michelle.
And can
All
you,
right.
cite that statute number right there, and then we'll get a
And
different.
the statute that we will be going into under executive session is going to be for the discussion of a personnel matter under CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses F. All those in favor?
Aye. I'll second.
We're in.
Okay, give me a few seconds to switch YouTube on.
Okay, moved and seconded to come out of executive session. All those in favor?
Aye.
So do I include this in the public record? I didn't think so, okay.
Okay, now you can move it to,
Okay. I move we uphold the director's decision.
I'll second it.
okay, it has been moved and seconded to uphold the director's decision for the appeal process. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Mr.
Okay.
Powers, if you could just let them know.
Roger that.
All right. All right, gentlemen, we're at the, we're at the end of our agenda.
We are now at unfinished business portion of our agenda.
Well, that's what I meant. I apologize, Shaq. We're going to unfinished business.
Okay. Yeah,
So-
well, since you're not gonna finish it, how about, the, request from the Dolores and Troy Chambers to fund the relocation guide?
So that came to us, I think,
Month
about
ago.
3 weeks ago. We did state that we would make a decision one way or another, so I think it's to that point to where we either say yay or nay. So, what other discussion, gentlemen? I think the ask was 10,000, but it doesn't mean that we, you know, that's discretionary of what we do. I did have the opportunity to talk with Shaq. I do believe that with, and correct me if I'm wrong, with the AR, the American Rescue Funds that are coming to us, that is part of that would be discretion in there that we could utilize. Is that correct? Or do you agree with me?
At this point, it's so vague that the answer is yes.
So, and I could go back and read that again too, but if we can utilize that American Rescue Plan, I think that we have more than adequate funds to fund that ask, or at least 50% of that ask. So with that, I'm going to open it up to discussion, and what do you guys think?
I think if we can use that fund, we should fund the whole 10,000.
I agree.
And if
Yeah.
we can't,
Miscellaneous? Miscellaneous?
and full or 50%?
I would say if we can't fund it out of the American Rescue Plan, we go to 50% out of miscellaneous. That's just not a motion yet, but I'm just discussing.
Right. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm with you. So, so out of the ARP plan, 100%, and those distributions, 50% of that total should come to us within 60 days, correct? Or kind of what they're saying, it should be to us within 2 months.
Once the feds allocate it to the state, then the state has a certain amount of time to allocate it to the counties.
It should be-
The full apportionment, but it'll go through Denver and then to us. It won't be a reimbursement process like DOLA, but the feds are giving it to the states and the states to the counties.
Okay.
And the states have a certain amount of time to get it to the counties. If they can't meet that deadline, then they can ask for an extension, but I can't foresee a reason they can't meet the deadline.
So we can use ARP money or miscellaneous? So, any other discussion?
No.
Well, then I need somebody to
I think it's a
move.
very worthwhile deal that we need to help all we can on it.
Well, and it's a one-time
It's a
ask.
one-time ask, yes. And Susan does a very good job with that stuff over there. She's proven herself. She'll-
Well, and it's countywide,
Yeah,
so it's for
right,
the entire
It's for the
county,
entire county.
which is is what we look over, so. Are you going to make a movement, or how would you like to move forward with this?
I would, I would like to move that we donate the $10,000 if it's available through the CARES Act funds,
From the ARP,
from the ARP.
American Rescue Plan.
Yeah. And I guess if that fails, $5,000 from the miscellaneous fund.
I'll second.
Okay, let me see if I can get this right. So it has been moved and seconded that we do fund the relocation guide that was requested, and the amount of $10,000 utilizing the American Rescue Plan funding. If those dollars are not able to be appropriated as such, that we will use $5,000 out of our miscellaneous fund from the county, and that's how we will fund that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. I don't have that email that I sent you with my questions on it, Shaq, but I think
replied to it, so you should have it in your inbox.
I think we took care of one of them earlier by Commissioner Stevenson. Will fill out the paperwork to get on the
I'll have to find that email.
the CPW to be at the table for Proposition 114.
Something else, isn't there?
Well, we had discussed the salad ports, but we're not ready for anything that requires commissioner action on that.
Okay.
I've got to find out who the architect was. And
I can't find my question.
I think we should go native back there. Some cedar posts.
Oh.
Sagebrush.
The ordinance that the sheriff requested.
And the sheriff is still making his edits.
Okay.
Okay. So I think that's all we have for today then. We can discuss those as those come up. Unless you guys can think of anything else that we have as far as unfinished business or that we haven't made a decision on.
I can't think of anything.
Nope. Motion to adjourn. You don't want to
A
leave?
second.
You'll be here by yourself.
It has been moved and seconded that we adjourn this March 23rd meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.